Yeah, so my people, I am live again. This time I just want to make a short video just to respond to this Muslim called Hamza Myatt from Speaker Corner. So this Muslim called Hamza Myatt, it is very dangerous when we can't look at ourselves. We point our finger at other people without the ability to see ourselves. So I'm just going to show you guys something that Hamza Myatt say about the Christians who are debating with him at Speaker's Corner. Because what these clowns would like to see is that they are at Speaker's Corner talking and there is no opposition, no true opposition. And you will see that he literally named almost every Christian who stand up at Speaker's Corner to oppose the stupidity that he believes in. And you will see how he styled them. So let's get into this video real fast and let's see what the clown says. So this is a video from him, Hamza's Den, and it's a Christian at Speaker's Corner are mental. So he's calling the Christians at Speaker's Corner mental. So if you listen to this clown.
The Christians are mental in Speaker's Corner.
So the Christians are mental in Speaker's Corner. Wow. Isn't this clown a beautiful clown? Look at this redness. Clown always have red thing on them and all the stuff. How he paint his beard red. Sometimes his beard is so red. This time he decided to show his beard in a different color, but his beard is so red because he's a satanic clown. And listen to this guy.
Mental. Have you seen
mental? I swear it's like the local mental hospital.
Say he swear. Did he swear on the sun and the moon like Allah swearing on the sun and the moon? When Allah swear, Allah don't swear on the biggest thing himself. He swear on the sun and the moon. That means Allah can't trust Allah. He don't swear by himself. He swear by the throne. He swear by the sun and the moon. You see? Muhammad used to swear by the Kaaba. And a Jew told him that he's committing shirk. Because the Jews, when they swear by the biggest thing to show that they're telling the truth. So Muhammad started swearing by the Lord of the Kaaba. But Allah was still swearing by the sun and the moon when it shine. And so when he swear that the Jews that speak, the Christian that speak at Corner is like mental hospital. Like a mental hospital. Listen to this clown.
Hospital has a day trip every Sunday, and the coach piles up, and Hakoon gets on it, and Acid gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park, and they all.
So my question is, if the mental hospital have a day trip, and they're going to Hyde Park, why is it that the patients are going to talk to Muslims? Well, if it's a day trip at Hyde Park, it's not like, oh, we're taking the patient to the hospital, because it's the hospital having a day trip and they're going to the park. Is it because they're taking the mental patient to the zoo to see the monkeys, which are the Muslims? I don't know what is he talking about. Because if the Christians are mental cases taken from a hospital and going to Hyde Park to Speaker's Corner on a day trip, why is it that they are going to see the Muslims? What is it that they're going to see the Muslims? Because what you take mental patient to see, like to the zoo, I work at in mental facilities where they take mental patients to the zoo and stuff like that. So what are they going to see? Clowns and something to make them laugh and be happy? What is what are they going to see? You know, and why are you sitting there arguing with a mental patient? Do you see this clown? The way they argue with a mental patient, nobody in their right mind argues with a mental patient the way this clown argue with mental patient, quote unquote, mental patients. You don't see that he doesn't even make no sense. That guy is a donkey.
Pile off, they spend the day at Speaker's Corner, go for a meal later, and then it's back to the hospital.
So they go for a meal, they spend the day at Speaker's Corner doing what? Arguing with people. Why are you arguing? Going to a park where they take mental patient to argue with the mental patient. Why are you going there forcefully arguing with them and all this stuff? Why does it what does it profit you to go forcefully? I am a nurse. I know you don't forcefully argue with a mental patient because you will never get nowhere arguing with a mental patient. So why you clowns going there arguing with mental people? Do you see how stupid this guy is? This guy have the brain of a black dog that Muhammad used to kill. You want to tell me that these people are mental, according to you? A matter of fact, that is something I need to use. You telling me that these people are mental, but you are going to a place where there's mentally ill people and argue with them, loud arguing with them. You never argue with a mental person like that because you will never get anywhere. You will never get anywhere. So at the end of the day, what are you? You are actually telling us that you are a mental case. Literally, that's what you are telling us. Because if you think that this person is mental, why are you arguing with the person? Why are you arguing with the person? You know? So let's continue with this clown video and see what.
Because they're all mental.
They are all mental. So all these people are mental. Look at him. Look like a woodpecker. All these people are mental, but he's arguing with them. He's there arguing with them. Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, all these clowns go there arguing with mental people. Do you see how stupid this guy is? This guy have the brain of a black dog that Muhammad used to kill. So let me show you a mental case. Let me show you how clownish these guys are. This guy is saying that these people are mental people. And look at this. Just look at this and tell me if this is not mental case. This is what we call a mental case. Anybody, any psychiatrist, anybody that have to deal with psychology, you know, will look at this and tell me if I do this in today's society, tell me if I am not mental. If you do this right here, this, especially this right here. Abu Zabir heard Jabir B. Abdullah, Allah be pleased with him, saying, Allah's messenger, meaning Muhammad, ordered us to kill dogs. So he ordered the people to kill dogs. And we carried out this order so much so that we also killed the dogs coming with a woman from the desert. So the protection. These women have their protective dogs that they used to take to the desert, and these people started killing them. Dogs of protection that the desert, the nomadic Arabs have dogs as their protector. And this clown was telling people to kill the dogs to the point where people were killing the dogs that protect the women that travel through the desert. Wow. Do you see how clownish this? And tell me this is not a mental case. Then Allah apostle forbid the killing. So he forbid the killing. The prophet says, it is your duty, the jet black dog having spot on him. So what Muhammad was actually saying, continue to kill the dogs, but only the jet black dog that have spots on the eye, for it is a devil. So the jet black dog that have a spot on the eye is a devil. And you tell me that this is not a mental case. And this is the prophet of this clown, and this clown is calling Christian mental. Do you see that? This is the prophet of this clown, and this clown is here calling Christian mental. And this is Sahih Muslim, 1572, book 22, hadith 59. Muhammad said to kill the jet black dog, because the jet black dog that have a spot on the eye is the devil. What a clown. And this is what this guy is saying to you, like, oh, the Christians who are coming to argue against this stupidity is mental case. The Christian who are coming to argue with them against this stupidity is a mental case. Do you see that? This is what is bothering this clown. This is what bothering this clown, because people are coming out and arguing with him, you know, about these kind of things. So all of a sudden, these people become mental case because a person don't agree with him that this clown called Muhammad is a prophet. So they are arguing with him and they become mental case. Now let's look at something else and see why this clown is calling these people mental case. So do you see that? Muhammad, who he is following, is not a madman, but the people who come to Speaker's Corner to show him that Muhammad was a madman is a madman. So the mad people, the mental cases at Speaker's Corner can tell you that Muhammad was a madman, because the duty of the Muslim is to kill the jet black dogs having spots on the eyes, for it is the devil. Shalom, 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 my brothers, shalom. So do you see what I'm saying? That this guy is going to tell you guys that the Christians coming to Speaker's Corner are mental cases, but Muhammad, that he is prophet, who said to kill jet black dogs having spots on their eyes, for it is the devil, is not a mental case. And watch this again. Tell me now. Look at this. Look at this. The red. I'll show you what my brother called him. I'll show you what my brother called him in a minute. Watch this. So people are coming to Speaker's Corner to tell this clown that his prophet was a pedophile, narrated Aisha that the prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummate his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hashim said, I've been informed that Aisha remained with the prophet for 9 years until his death. So this man consummate, meaning having sex with a 9-year-old girl. This man have sex with a 9-year-old girl. What man in his right mind have sex with a 9-year-old girl? What man in his right mind have sex with a 9-year-old girl? And according to the Quran, Quran 33 verse 21, this man is the perfect example to follow. And the people the Christians who are coming to Speaker's Corner to tell Hamza that his prophet is a nasty bastard, is a mental case. But Hamza, a very sane man, cannot see that his prophet is a mentally retarded bastard. Only a mentally retarded bastard would have sex with a 9-year-old child. But Muhammad have sex with a 9-year-old child. And we are not finished yet. We are not finished yet. So my brother called Hamza the red donkey. And the reason is there's a time when Hamza paint his beard red. And I'm telling you, he looked like a redhead woodpecker, man. And we call them the Dawa donkeys because they're so stupid. So my brother is calling him the red donkey. Clowns, man. So let's play the video over again so you guys can see what we are talking about. Here is Hamza Myatt.
The question is a mental in Speaker's Corner.
Mental? Have you seen
mental? I swear, it's like the local mental hospital has a day trip every Sunday, and the coach piles up, and Hatun gets on it, and Acid gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park, and they all pile off. They spend the day at Speaker's Corner, go for a meal later, and then it's back to the hospital.
Okay, but do you see how stupid this clown is? We have many videos of this clown arguing with these people, arguing with these people. Can you argue with a mentally a person who have a mental problem? Do you just go out and argue? So they take these people on a day trip, and then here you are as a sane person, go to the same place, arguing with these mental cases, quote unquote, mental cases that they take on a day trip. Mentally, people with mental problem that they take on a day trip. You, as a sane person, is going out there arguing with them. Why? Why? What kind of normal person argues daily on a daily basis? Muslims are out there arguing with them. Not only that, Hatun is called a part of the mental case. And look at this. Look at this, my friends. Look at this and tell me who is more mental. Look at this and I will tell you who is, and then anybody in their right mind, tell me who is more mental. If you are correct in your mind, tell me who is more mental after seeing this video. After seeing this video, or this clip right here, tell me who is more mental. We're going to show you something and you tell me who is more mental. Here we go. So you see what the video says here? The clown mentioned Hatun Touch as one of the people who is a mental case. And look what the video says here. Hatun Touch stabbed at Speaker's Corner. And guess who stabbed Hatun Touch? A Muslim. So tell me now, who is the bigger mental case? If our mental hospital have these periods where they take mentally ill patient to the local park, to the park, in Hyde Park to chill out or to kind of get them to distract from their because a part of a mental treatment is something you call distraction, where a person is having a behavior, and if you could distract them from that behavior to get them to change their behavior. So this is what happening according to this clown, where the mental hospital is taking the patient, mental patient, including Atun Taj, quote unquote, to the park, and then Atun Taj, having a mental problem, quote unquote, is out there talking about Islam and Muslims and Muhammad. And guess what? A Muslim came up and stabbed, cut Atun Taj, slap her, push her from where she was standing, all kind of stuff they've done to this lady. Don't now tell me who is the biggest mental case. If you are aware that Atun Taj is a mental case, and your brother, a Muslim, is going out there and trying to hurt Atun Taj because she's and you knowing that she's a mental case, is your brother less of a mental case than Atun Taj or more of a mental case? If I am trying to hurt a mental patient, who is more mental? Is the patient more mental than I? Is the patient have more problem than I? No. A person who is hurting a mental patient is more mentally disturbed than the mental patient. The person who hurts a mental patient is more mentally disturbed than the mental patient themselves. Because what? You are hurting someone who is mental. Instead of helping the person who is mental, you're hurting the person. And look at this video.
The most fearless critic of Islam in the world today is not the apostate prophet, or Sam Shamoon, or Jay Smith, or Christian Prince, or David Wood. The most fearless critic of Islam in the world is a 5'2" woman named Hatun Taj. Hatun has been...
So a 5'4" woman criticizing Islam, and it's called a mental case according to this red donkey. And when I say red donkey, I have nothing to do with race. My brother, the great commissioner, he know why we call him a red donkey. All Muslim dawas are donkeys. All Muslim dawa preachers are donkeys. Donkeys, literal donkeys. When I say donkey, they are stupid, foolish. They make no sense. And this guy like to paint his beard red. He talks so much sometimes to his face becomes so red. Like gets so angry that his face becomes so red as his beard. So we call him the red donkey. The red donkey. If you think I'm lying. When he's lying, his face becomes so red. If you look at him on that thing where we're talking, you see how reddish his face is. Not like David's face, but red as... He's not as white as Muhammad, because Muhammad's armpit was white.
Been repeatedly attacked for preaching the gospel and for exposing Muhammad. She's usually attacked off camera, but occasionally while cameras are rolling. Hatun was hit in the face several months ago for showing people Muhammad cartoons.
So upset.
Maybe your dad looks like that. I don't know.
So here is a mental woman. Talking, and listen to a Muslim who is saying,
If my father is Muhammad,
here is maybe your dad look like that. So a mental woman is showing a cartoon of Muhammad, and a Muslim is arguing, maybe your dad look like that. Why are you arguing with a mental person? Do you see that Hamza is nothing but a headless clown? Nothing but a headless, stupid clown.
have respect to the dog.
And do you see that? Here goes a Muslim and slap the woman in the face. Here goes a Muslim slapping the woman in the face. What does that make this Muslim? He better than the mental woman. quote unquote mental, because this idiot called this woman a mental case. But here is a Muslim hiding himself because no one is wearing any face cover, got a hoodie on, hiding himself, slap the woman in the face. And who is more mental? Who is more mental? Only mad people go about hurting people who have mental problems. Only mad people go about hurting people who have mental problems. And why is this guy so mad? Why do you think this guy is so mad? Why do you think this guy is so mad? Let me show you why I believe this guy is so mad. Why are Muslims so mad? Because he is a representative of Muslims. Because if the hospital, the mental hospital, is having a day out and take the people to the park, and there are people there hurting these mental people, that means there is another mental hospital who have worse mental people coming to the park. If one mental hospital, because let me tell you about mental hospital, there is different grade in mental hospital. There is in mental facilities. There is facilities that have people with dementia, Alzheimer's, and stuff like that. But then there is facilities that have people with greater behavioral disturbances, like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, stuff like that. So what we are seeing here is two mental hospitals, quote unquote, according to this clown, that takes people to Hyde Park, and one mental hospital have people that comes there that are worse mentally disturbed than the other hospital. Because here is a man from one of the mental hospital slapping a woman from the other quote unquote mental hospital in the face. That means you cannot keep people from that one mental hospital, patient from that one mental hospital, in the same population as people from this one mental hospital. And this is why you have different kinds of mental facilities. So the Muslim belong to a different mental facility that have more of a disturbed people with disturbed mind. You could see that in their prophet. The prophet tell them to kill black dogs that have spots on their eyes. So if you see people going around in America, in the USA, where people love dogs so much, and killing black dogs with spot on the eye, what do you think would happen? They would think that this person would be a serial killer because they're killing only dogs with black spot on the eye. And guess what? A serial animal killer. And then guess what? They would think, this person must be mentally disturbed. But let me tell you why this clown hit Atuntash in the face. Let me show you why this clown hit Atuntash in the face. Let's just, show. It must be, it was almost evening. If you look at the if you look at the video, it was close to the evening time. And what happened at evening? Narrated Abu Hurairah, the prophet says, if any of you rose from a sleep and perform ablution, he must wash his nose by putting water in it and then blowing it out thrice, because Satan stay in the upper part of his nose all night. So it was maybe about 6 o'clock in the evening, roundabout, and Satan decided to go in early for sleep because Satan been working too much and he was tired. So Satan decided to go in his hotel room early and have a sleep. So Satan went into that boy's nose early, in right beside his brain, and whispered something to his brain, and he slapped the other mental patient, quote unquote, in the face. Do you see that? Muhammad invited his pet demon, Satan, to sleep in the Muslim's nose at night. Sleep in the Muslim's nose at night. Muhammad even tell the Muslims, when you make a bed in your home, you must make one for yourself, one for your wife, one for the your guest, and one for the Satan. Let me read that one for you. If you guys think this is true, a bed for the Satan, man. You guys think it is a lie? You're talking about mental case. Who is more mental than Muhammad? Muhammad is the most mental person you Sahih Muslim 28. Sorry, Sahih Muslim 2084, Hadith 37. No, book 37, sorry. Book 37, Hadith 67. Jabir B. Abdullah report that Allah Messenger said, there should be a bedding for a man, a bedding for his wife, and the third one for his guest, and the fourth one is for the Satan. Also, we find that in Sunan Abi Dawud 41, 42, book 34, Hadith 123, 123. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the messenger of Allah said, Allah mentioned bedding and said, there should be a bedding for a man, bedding for his wife, the third for a guest, and the fourth for the devil. Wow. And do you tell me that Muhammad was a sane person? Muhammad was mad, a madman. And the red donkey is here calling people at Speaker's Corner mad. When look at his prophet. We haven't even touched anything on Muhammad yet. We haven't even touched anything to show that Muhammad is a total madman. We haven't even covered anything yet. We just scratching the surface. Scratching the surface. Muhammad told the people asked Muhammad the question, what happened when a man sleep overnight and miss morning prayer? Muhammad says, that is the man that Satan urinate in his ears. One day Muhammad sleep overnight and miss morning prayer. Satan pissing Muhammad ear. Do you see that Muhammad was a madman? And this clown is calling Christians at Speaker Corner mad because they're showing that this man is a mental case, that Muhammad is a mental case. The red donkey is a doctor now, able to classify people as mental. Right. Who give the red donkey credential to diagnose people as mentally ill? Which school did the red donkey go to? I want to know, is it University of London, University of Cambridge? What did he go to? Not Cambridge, Massachusetts, but Cambridge in England. Which school did the red donkey go to? What degree does he have? Dr. Donkey. Red Donkey MD. What a clown, man. Do you see that, man? Do you see what we have going on in our society? A red donkey is calling people mentally retarded. Do you see that, man? This guy is nothing but a clown. Nothing but a clown. So let's continue with showing that his prophet was nothing but a retarded cartoon. All right. So it's not even that. If we go just for the people who haven't known about what they do to this woman, let's show you what happened to this woman by another Muslim. If you look at this picture right here, you see a donkey right here. You see this donkey right here? It's a Muslim hiding out in the back. So this donkey is a Muslim hiding out in the back. And what his intention is to attack the woman that Hamza is calling mental.
A different discussion, but the camera catches the attack in the background.
The kalam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Do you see that?
But the spirit, it's going on. Hold on. What happened?
So do you see that? Another Muslim. So the mental hospital have a day out where they take mental patients, quote unquote, to Hyde Park, and then another hospital that have mental patient that they take to Hyde Park decided to go up to this mental woman who was talking about, quote unquote, mental woman who was talking about Muhammad, and cut her, slashed her, trying to stab her in her face. So you see what happened. There are two mental hospitals. One mental hospital have patients that are mental challenge, but they are not severely mental. And then the other hospital take their people to the other day out. Their people are so severely mental that one mental patient attack the other mental patient and try to stab her in the face. Because according to the clown, as we're going to play it over again, we're going to play what he says over again.
Now, from this angle and at this speed, it's hard to tell if the man punches Hatun or stabs her in the face. But when I slow down the video, you can see the knife as it slashes Hatun in the face.
So you see that? This is the second occasion that the two hospitals bring people together, and one mental hospital patient, the patient from one mental hospital is attacking the patient from the other mental hospital. This is showing that the people from hospital B is more severely mental than the people from hospital A. But listen to what this, and this is one of the, let me show you one of the patients from mental hospital B that have the severely mentally retarded people. Let me show you one of the patient. Here is one. This guy up here is one. Listen to him speak.
Because they're all mental.
The
question is a mental in Speaker's Corner.
Mental. Have you seen
mental? I swear, it's like the local mental hospital has a day trip every Sunday.
So he's telling the story from his point of view that the local mental hospital have a day trip every Sunday. And look what happened.
And the coach piles up and Hatun gets on it.
So Hatun get on it. Hatun is the lady that just got stabbed by a Muslim. And she was the same lady that got slapped by a Muslim. So what is happening here? Now let me tell the story from my point of view. One mental hospital that have people that are not that mentally ill, take their people to Hyde Park. I'm using his scenarios to tell my story. One mental hospital take their people to Hyde Park to have a day out. And then another mental hospital that have severely mental people take their mental people to the same park, and on several occasions, because that's not the only occasion where people from that hospital have been attacked by people from the other hospital. There's a video where a man slapped another man in the face several times. So we see that there is a tendency. So you know what we need to do? We need to report both hospitals to the governing body. Because what? Both hospitals need to stop going to Speaker's Corner, I guess. Because if you have mentally retarded people, trying to kill other mentally retarded people, speaking the language of this clown, something got to be done. We have to have an intervention. Either we're gonna divide the people so that they can get close to each other, because it seems like Hospital B have more of a severely mentally ill people who are attacking the patient of Hospital A. What a clown. What a severely damaged brain clown. Now let's look at Mohammed. Continue to look at Mohammed and his retardation. Yes, here is my brother, mental Muslim slap Victor. So Victor was the man that got slapped by a Muslim from the other hospital. Now look at this. And not only that, do you see we have another video where in that happened in America, where a mentally retarded a man from the same a sister facility, a man from a sister facility of the Hospital B tried to attack God Logic. Let me show you. Let me show you. Here we go. So I will show you. I will show you. Let me show you this real fast. That it's not only happening in Speaker's Corner in London, it's happening in the United States of America too. Look at this. I need to get the
work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier.
This is a fight.
Yep.
Okay. Could you write down the other word meaning for it?
Again,
There's a fight. Both is a fight.
let me explain it.
Okay.
Jesus, you're
do you notice that talking about fight, and look at this clown pointing in the man's face like he want to fight. Look at his face.
You wanna do the same
is Jesus your son?
thing? Yeah. What you doing?
Let me ask
Okay.
my
No.
question.
No.
Do you see coming up in the man's face like a thug? Do you see you cannot have people from the same, you cannot have people from Hospital A too close to people from Hospital B. Because what? The people from Hospital B are dangerous people and they are trying to hurt the people from Hospital A. You don't see that? Watch this.
No. You have to. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done that. We're not done. Please go back. What you gonna do?
Listen to what you gonna do. You don't see nobody trying to do nothing, but this clown is talking about what you gonna do. Who did you see? Do you see anything that shows that somebody was trying to hurt this clown? But look what he says. What you gonna do? I'm talking about he's not scared. Do you think that any one of these people right there were trying to make him scared? Paranoia. That we see the people from Hospital B is suffering from paranoia. Don't you see that? I'm using my nursing judgment to literally, I'm a nurse. I'm using my nursing judgment to draw to this conclusion that the people from Hospital B is suffering from paranoia. What you gonna do? Like somebody was trying to hurt him.
Oh,
And do you hear what the person from Hospital A is saying? It's all on camera. It's on camera. There's nobody trying to hurt you. Stop being paranoid. It's all on camera.
Chef, please go back. Chef, please back. Go back.
Then he said, you think I'm a punk? Oh. There's a video I watched the other day. I think it is, I don't know who it is from. It is either from Truth Seeker, or no, Seeking Truth, or from the Bewitched Prophet of Islam, or it's from Comment Warrior, where one of the patient from Muhammad Ijab, one of the patient from Hospital B is calling, saying that we have Muslim thugs. He actually said Muslim thugs. So they have a lot of thugs in Hospital B. In Hospital B, they have a lot of thugs. Let me see if I could find that video. Let me see if I could find that video for you guys. Let me see if I could find a video for you guys, because we like to support what we say. But let me see. Muhammad Ijab says they have Muslim thugs, man. Muslim thugs. In a video, he actually said there is Muslim thugs. Let me see if this is the one. I think this might be part of the clip. Hold on, let me find. I think I could find it a better way for you guys. He said Muslim thugs, man. The guy actually says Muslim thugs. You will never hear a Christian say Christian thugs, because there is no such thing as a Christian thug, because a person who is a thug can never be a Christian. But this guy actually say Muslim thugs. Let me find it for you. Let me find it for you, man. Muslim thugs, man. I could not believe. I said, wow, what kind of religion is this that you have thugs in the religion? And one of the head patient in Hospital B is telling you that you have thugs in their religion. You know, Muslim thugs, man. I could not believe when I heard it. I said, what? Muslim thugs? He said, when the thugs of the Muslims, he said, and he boasts about it. He said, yes, we have Muslim thugs that will take it into their own hands. I could not believe my ear when I heard it. Let me see if this brother is the one who did it. It could be this brother here. All right, it's Seeking Truth. I can't remember which one it is that. Okay, so no, it's more likely to be Seeking Truth. So let me find it. This is crazy, man. There is so much to show when you're talking about insanity of Hospital B. There is so much to show regarding insanity of Hospital B. It's just ridiculous. So much. It's not just one thing. There is so much to show. It's like the insanity of, here we go. I know it was one of these brothers. Oh, no, it's not this one. No, it's not that one. Not that one at all. Let me see. Okay, it might be this. Oh yes, this is it. Okay, I'm sorry I took so long to find it, but I want you guys to see the mindset of these clowns. The mindset of the patient from hospital B. Look at the mindset of the patient from hospital B and tell me now if there's something not wrong with the mindset of these people. So it is my brother Seeking Truth. Subscribe to his channel. You could tell his channel is growing, and that's good.
How would you like to take a break from that fine lead-based paint and learn about dodgeball?
Boy, would I!
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters as well.
This is mental problem. You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters as well. We're talking about a religion, and somebody saying that we have Muslim gangsters. He says, "You don't think we have gangsters? We have Christian gangsters as well." And we push up our chest. You ever notice him? Always trying to push up his chest when he talk and puff up and posture. And one day he take off his shirt. You know, I don't know who fooled this clown that he have a good physique. But that's a good, like, I'm not talking about against anybody, because it's very difficult to keep weight off your body. But this clown believes his physique is so beautiful, man. The clown take off his shirt and tried to suck in his belly. I could tell he was sucking in his belly. And I look at it and say, wow, I would not take off my shirt if my belly is like that. I have no pride, man. But you remember, Muhammad lift up his shirt to make a man kiss his belly. So, hey, we don't know.
Well, and when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although our approach is not to do so, we can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else.
Isn't that mental? So this guy got a platform to tell people, hey, no, we don't do this. But he said, we can stop the gangsters, because this is what Islam is about. This clown is telling you he can stop the gangsters from killing people and from hurting people. How are you going to stop the gangsters from hurting people when Muhammad was telling them to kill people? So you see, even though this is not what we are about, yes, this is what you're about, you stupid clown. If this is not what you're about, what should you do? They're talking. This idiot is talking about the creepy boy who stabbed Salman Rushdie, and so he's saying that this is not what we are about. If this is not what you are about, speak out against it. If this is not what you're about, like, hey, I'm not about homosexuality. So if they're having a discussion and something happened, I'll say, hey, I'm not with that. I'm not for abortion, so I speak out against abortion. I'm not for Islam, so I speak out against Islam. Real men speak out against what they are against. But listen to this clown.
We can't stop the Muslim gangsters.
We can't stop the Muslim gangsters. Instead of saying, guys, no. If you're not about something, all you're telling us, we can't stop the Muslim gangster. Is the Muslim gangster part of Islam? Yes. Notice what you say. We have gangsters. Look, this is what the clown said.
How would you like to take a break from that fine lead-based paint and learn about dodgeball?
Boy, would I.
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters?
You don't think we have gangsters, but then the clown is going to say, this is not what we are about. It's like Allah calling himself, we, all the way home. Man, this is mental problem. This is not what we are about, but we are Muslim gangsters. Huh? It's like saying that I don't have sugar in my house, but I'm drinking sugar. This is not what we are about, but you don't think we have Muslim gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters. What's this?
As well. And when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although our approach is not to do so, we can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. We can't stop the Muslim gangsters.
The Muslim gangster. Do you notice what he says? The Muslim is claiming these gangsters. He's claiming the Muslim gangster, but he's saying that we are not about that. It's like me saying that, oh, we can stop the Christian gangsters, and then I say Christianity is not about gang banging. What a clown. This is mental retardation. This is what this clown should be talking about. This is the mental problem. This big head that you see here. I got a big head too, but I use my big head better than his. This big head guy that you see right here have a mental problem. We are not about this, and we are who? Muslims. But we are Muslim gangster. How are they Muslim gangster if Islam is not about gang banging? What a beautiful person. Beautiful like Allah Shin. Allah Shin is not as beautiful as this clown.
From dealing with you or anyone else, just like if you go to Colombia and you speak about particular cartel in a specific manner, go to their...
Do you notice what he class Islam to? Colombia cartel, where they're cutting off people's head and burning down people's house, killing people's children and all that stuff. It's like me saying, Christianity, likening Christianity to a drug cartel in Mexico. Do you see this guy is a clown, man? Clown. Dawa donkeys. Clown, Dawa donkeys. These guys are donkeys. And that's why I will never, ever, I don't think there will be a time when I stop calling clowns donkeys. I don't think so. Because what? It needs to echo that these are donkeys. And anybody against this and say, oh, you are not a Christian, they're calling Muslim donkeys. I don't call a regular Muslim a donkey. Because I see them fall into a trap. There are people in a trap. But a person like this is a donkey. Hamza is a donkey. Isadawa is a donkey. Kalilala is a donkey. All these people are donkey. Meta retard, what is his name? Jake the meta retard is a donkey. Hashim is a donkey. These people are donkeys. Asana Bathiata is a donkey. All these people are donkeys. Adamu is a donkey. They're donkeys. I'm just putting some of the low class one in it too. What Kenny Boama is a donkey. They are donkeys. Donkeys. Listen to this man, and you see if that's not a donkey.
Area, be a man and speak about them.
So to be a man, so the Muslim gangsters, they are not men. Men don't go about, oh, because every little thing moved them and they started cutting up people and killing people. Those are chickens. Anybody you see start firing gunshots and start cutting people and killing people, those are chicken. Their mind is not developed right. Something is wrong with them. Real men don't behave like that. Real men listen to both sides of the story and decipher which one make more sense. They don't be presumptuous. There's a thing that happened with people with mental challenge, since that's the issue that the first patient from Hospital B, Hamza Myatt, was talking about. A lot of time mental patient can be very what's the word? Very like they just act. I can't find the word that I should use. They just act so abruptly without thinking about what they do. They compulsive. That's the word. They're compulsive. And you could see the behavior in these Muslims, how compulsive they are. How compulsive they are. How compulsive they are. Let me read something from Sahih Muslim, Book 9, Hadith 3570. So 3570. Hadith number 3570. Abu Hurairah, Allah be pleased with him, report that Saab B. Ubada, Allah be pleased with him, said, the messenger of Allah, if you were to find with your wife a man, should I wait until I bring 4 witnesses? And what Muhammad said to him, yes. So Muhammad says that they need 4 witnesses to convict a man of adultery or a woman of adultery. So the man asked Muhammad, should I wait? If I caught my wife with a man, should I wait until I have 4 witnesses before I can bring anything against this man? And Muhammad said yes. What a catastrophe, man. This is a madness, man. And this is what Atuntash and others are going to Speaker's Corner to talk out against. And then this clown is calling them mad because they're talking against something like this. So if you come home, open the door, and your wife is in the house with a man, you go, close back the door, go downstairs, boom, get back into your car and call 4 Muslim witnesses. Oh, my Father who art in heaven, my Lord Jesus, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. What is this religion, man? But a donkey religion. And the real and the Muslim, the regular Muslim, they don't know a lot of these stuff. They don't. They have no clue what's going on out here. And they see you talking about and they're so scared because in my country, in the area where I live, there's a place called Dixon. Is it Dixon? Yeah, Dixon. Yeah, Dixon. And there's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses in that region. And one of the things, my brother used to go out and witness to the Jehovah's Witnesses. And there was a guy who was a Jehovah's Witness. And when my brother talked to him, he was convinced that my brother was right about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Because my brother is very good at apologetic work to the Jehovah's Witness. Because he studied Jehovah's Witness to the core. And I too studied Jehovah's Witness to a certain extent. And I remember when the brother saw that my brother was able to convince him that, hey, to the Holy Spirit, that Jehovah's Witness is not right. You know, he was more afraid of losing his family, losing the culture, because Jehovah's Witness is a culture. And losing that culture, being alienated from that culture to where they shun you, stop talking to you, he was scared of that stuff. And that's what happened in a lot of the Muslim community. If you think I'm lying. There's a video with Mufti, what's his name? Mufti, whatever, can't remember what his name. He is talking about Muslims who are leaving Islam but still remain as if they are Muslim, but they're not, they don't care about the religion. But they would continue as if they are Muslim because what? They are scared of the consequence of their action. If they leave totally, leave and don't care. But he says their behavior is not the behavior of a real true Muslim. They just don't care about the religion no more. But they continue to go to the mosque and bow to the black stone. This is what's going on out here. So, do you see the mad religion? So if you caught your wife in your house having relation with a man, the man says, should I wait? He says, should I wait until you know what? I should show you this. This is something that you guys should see. Okay, this is a danger. Mufti Menk, thank you, Crunchy. You are a beautiful man. And God bless you, man. You are my brother and I love you. You always been around with me, man. So look at this. Look at this, my friends and my brothers and sisters, whoever is listening, whoever will listen. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this right here. Do you see this hadith? Right here? Do you see what it says there? Just to show you that we are giving evidence of what we say. Should I wait until I bring 4 witnesses? He said, yes. Do you tell me that Muhammad is not a basket case? Muhammad is 5 basket case, man. Half a dozen basket case. He could not. 1 basket case is not right enough for Muhammad. Look at that. He said, yes. So you're going to run out of your house and run across the street like what they call it, a road runner or Speedy Gonzales. Swoosh! And then you go be like, Muslim 1, Muslim 2, Muslim 3, Muslim 4, Muslim no more. And then you come back and said, hey. But when you come back, the man is gone. And your wife is in the kitchen cooking. La di Allah Akbar, la di Allah Akbar, la di cut up, cutting up camel meat. and said, hi Obi, do you want a glass of camel urine? I have it cold for you. Then you look like a fool with 4 men behind you. The wife looking like, oh, I see you bring a company. I didn't know you were going to have company. I would have chilled some more of the camel beer for you. And the reason for the people who don't know why I mentioned camel urine, Muhammad say you can drink camel urine. So that's why I mentioned camel urine. But anyway, because there are people, you know, who sometimes watch what I say, you know, from Jamaica. They don't know nothing about Islam, so that's why I explain so much. But anyway, this is another issue right here. But is that the only issue? Is that the only issue? Let's show more madness with Muhammad and see this guy is Muhammad. Let's show some more madness with Muhammad. We should have a session called Madness with Muhammad. That would be so beautiful, man. You know, we need somebody need to start a channel called Madness with Muhammad. I would support that channel. You know, we Madness with Muhammad. All right, so this is another one. Madness with Muhammad, man. So look at this. Aisha narrated Aisha, and Aisha is the 9-year-old wife of Muhammad. So Muhammad married to the girl when she was 6-year-old and have sex with her when she was 9-year-old. And you want to tell me this is not madness? So here is this 9-year-old. She grew up a little bit, just a little bit. And she is saying, once the prophet, which is Muhammad, was bewitched, the bewitched prophet, so that he began to imagine he had done a thing which in fact he had not done. Do you remember what Hamza called Atun Touch and Sister K and all these people? Mental. I am a nurse, and today, if you are imagining you had done something that you did not do, that's a mental problem. If I go to Christian Prince, I heard Christian Prince ask this question a little back. He says, if you go to get a job and they ask you, like, I'm paraphrasing what he said, have you ever this have a mental problem or something like that? And you said, no, but I used to imagine that I had done something when I didn't do it. The employer would look at you like, what? If you go to court and to witness against somebody, and you have a history of imagining that you had done a thing which in fact you had not done, guess what? You cannot witness against anyone at all. The court would look at you as a mental case. So they would not, your witness, what you say against that person would not be taken into account, because what you have a history of delusion. A history of delusion, and also could be considered a history of hallucination. Because can you imagine if you are imagining going into a car and going to Montego Bay? You're in this car. That's delusion. They said, did you see the car? He said, yes, I saw the car came. Guess what that is? Visual delusion. Visual delusion. And if you're imagining hearing things that you have not hear, you hear the car driving. I say, you heard the car? Yeah. That is auditory delusion. Do you see that? Muhammad was a madman, a very bad man. He was a madman. Madder than Dennis Rodman. He was more insane than Dennis Rodman. Muhammad was a madman. You remember Dennis Rodman? He was kind of crazy. But yet still, Muhammad was more of a madman than Dennis Rodman. That's a reggae music in your head, man. Reggae music in your head. Reggae music in your head. Satan in your bed. Satan in your bed. Muhammad said to make a bed for Satan in your house. Wow. Do you see what's going on in Muhammad's life? Muhammad's life was not a good life. Muhammad's life was not a good life. It was not a good life. Don't listen to me, man. Listen what Muhammad said. I will show you this. The craziness that Muhammad talked. Here is another crazy from Muhammad. Let me share it with you guys. What a beautiful Muhammad, man. Subscribe to the channel, my friend. Let's go viral, man. Let's take this to the world. This I'm gonna look at the comments in a minute because I like to share the comments of the people in the chat to make you a part of this. Look at this. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, Allah created his creation, and when he had finished it, the womb so Allah got up and caught out all of Allah. Whereupon Allah said, what is the matter? So Allah created a womb, and this womb grabbed Allah. Does that sound like something that is sane? That God created creation and a womb grab all of Allah. And actually, in other narration, it says, grab all of his loin. A womb grab Allah loins, man. Do you see? Muhammad was not a sane person. He was not a sane person. Not a sane person. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to show you the worst case of insanity or some form of mental problem that happened to Muhammad. This is the worst case of mental problem. So we see where Muhammad used to imagine that he had done things that he did not do. Do we see that? We see the delusions of Muhammad, where Muhammad used to imagine that he had done things that he had not done. And we see where Aisha is saying that Muhammad used to go to the cave, and when he go to the cave, he would be in seclusion. That's also a form of mental problem, where you go to dark places, secluding yourself. That's also a form of mental problem. Most people with schizophrenia, if you go to their room, I remember I told you I am a nurse. If you go to their room, they keep their room dark, and they're always in the darkness in their room. I'm telling you, 90% of the time or more, they are in secluded area in the darkness of their room. Most of these people with schizophrenia are like that. Muhammad used to go in seclusion in the cave of Hira, dark cave. And these people say, oh, he used to worship Allah alone continuously for nights. That's what they say that Muhammad used to do. Muhammad go to the cave, and a critter, but remember, it's revealed that Muhammad is also delusional, where he imagined he had done things which in fact he did not do. But Muhammad's claim he met a creature in the cave that squeezed him 3 times so hard that he could not breathe. And the creature let him go and tell him to read. And then Muhammad would be, let me show you this one. Am I showing it? I don't think I am showing that one. No, I'm not showing that one. And Muhammad ran home to his wife after the encounter with the creature. And according to Ibn Sa'd, who is a Muslim, Muhammad told his wife I hear sound. I'm seeing things. I'm hearing sound. I'm paraphrasing. I'll show you in a minute what he says. I'm seeing things. I'm hearing sound. I fear I am mad. I fear I am insane. That's what he run home and tell his wife. But look at this right here. What happened to Muhammad in the cave? So Muhammad go to the cave. You see, he used to go in seclusion of the cave Hira. And we know inside of a cave is not light in a cave. It's dark in a cave. There's many caves in Jamaica around the area where I live. We used to, as kids, we used to go in and out of these caves. And there's bats and all kind of craziness in a cave. It's funky. It's not a good place for you to be secluding yourself in no cave. In the Bible, there is a man who used to, a madman, literally, the Bible tells of a madman that used to be in the caves. Let me read that to you. Let me read it to you. And the man was possessed. The man in the cave was possessed. So that is Mark 5:1-20. You could read about a man. So they arrive at the other side of the lake in the region of Gerasenes, if I'm pronouncing it right. When Jesus climbed out of the boat, a man possessed by an evil spirit came out from the tombs to meet him. The man lived in the burial caves. Do you see that? This man lives in the burial caves and would no longer be restrained. Muhammad ran from the cave. He could hardly be restrained. Let me show you that Muhammad ran from the cave. When he ran from the cave, let me find it where he said, wrap me up or cover me, cover me. C-O-V. No. So it's R, I think R-A-R-A-R-W. So it's W-R-A. Hola. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry. So it should be here. It said, cover me, cover me. So Muhammad run from the cave. C-O-V. Okay, here we go. When Muhammad run from the cave, look what happened to Muhammad. Then the messenger returned with the inspiration. According to them, he returned with the inspiration. He spoke to someone. The person did not tell Muhammad that I am God, I am an angel, I am an angel from God. The person just beat him up in the cave. Beat him up in the cave. And then when the person beat him up in the cave, when I say person, the creature beat him up in the cave, these clown say that he returned with the inspiration. His neck muscle twitching. So you return with an inspiration and you were so fearful, his neck muscle twitching with terror till he entered upon Khadijah and said, cover me, cover me. They covered him till his fear was over. Till his fear was over. Till his fear was over. And I show you guys where the Quran is giving us subliminal message where the Quran say a messenger should not fear. Inside the Quran about Moses, you remember the verse about where Moses throw down his rod because Muhammad started mixing up. Muhammad was so delusional that he started mixing up the story of Moses. We know that in the Bible, there's a story where God told Moses to tell Aaron to throw down his staff and the staff will become a snake. Muhammad mixed up the story and have a different story where he says Moses saw a burning bush, and God told Moses to throw down his staff, and it turned into a snake. I don't know why God would tell Moses to throw down his staff at the burning bush, and it turned into a snake. And Moses started running, and Allah said to Moses, a messenger should not be afraid. But look at this. But look at this. Allah told Moses that a messenger should not be afraid. But look at this. Let me share that with you, where Allah told Moses that a messenger should not be afraid. But we see let me show you. Allah told him, don't be afraid. But when he threw down the staff turned into a snake. But Allah said a messenger should never be afraid. But years later, Allah sent a creature that choked Muhammad. Do you want to tell me that that creature is from God? No. Subliminal messages in the Quran. The Quran is filled with subliminal messages that show you that the Allah of the Quran is a fraud. That is Surah 27. Surah 27. And he was told, throw down your staff. But when he saw it withering, he saw it moving, as it were a snake, he turned in flight and did not return. Allah said, O Moses, fear not. Indeed, in my presence, the messengers do not fear. Let me show you the verse. This is Surah 27, verse 10. In Surah 27, verse 10, let me show you that verse. So you see what happening to Muhammad. Muhammad was beaten up by a critter in a cave, and they claim it was a revelation. He was so fearful that the narration says they cover him. He said, cover me, and they cover him until his fear was over. And to read a little bit more, just to read a little bit more to show you that Muhammad was naturally fearful. It's not just in what the narration say. It actually says, Muhammad say, I fear for myself. Let me find that for you. Oh. Here it is. Right here. He said, I fear that something may happen to me. Literally what he was saying, I fear that something have happened to me. That's what he was saying. It's not may happen to him, because he is running and scared already. So he's telling his wife that he feared that something happened to him. Something is happening to him. Something crazy is happening to him. And to show you that's what he mean, the wife said, never. The wife said, never. But have good tidings for Allah. For by Allah, Allah will never disgrace you. So here is this woman telling her husband, comforting her husband, Allah will never disgrace you. But listen to this. Listen to this. Muhammad later come and said the witness of a woman is worth half that of a man, because of the deficiency in her religion, the deficiency in her mind, the deficiency in her religion. But when he believed that something was wrong with him, something happened to him, he listened to a woman and that tell him that no, nothing is wrong with you. First impression is a good impression. First impression is a good impression. He asked his wife, listen to this. Oh, Khadija, what is wrong with me? So he did not believe that it was no revelation that he was coming home with. These clowns say that, oh, he came home with the revelation, but Muhammad did not believe it was a revelation that he was coming home with. He believed he was coming home with something bad because he was in a bad place, in a dark cave. Who knows what Muhammad was there looking for? They claim he was there praying to Allah. Praying to who? If you are looking for God, where do you look for God? From the people who know about God. This is where you look for God, from the people who know about God. Let me show you something in the book of Zechariah. Zechariah says, this is why we look, when Jesus says salvation is from the Jews. So when you want salvation, who do you go to? The Jews. And that's why we went to the Jewish disciples of Jesus. We went to Jesus via his Jewish disciples. That's why that's where Christians get their salvation from. And look at this. Zechariah Zechariah, sorry. Zechariah. Z-E-C-H. Here we go. Zechariah 8, verse 23. Look at Zechariah 8, verse 23. What God says. This is what the Lord Almighty say. In those days, 10 people from all language and nation will take firm hold of one Jew by the hem of his robe and said, let us go with you because we have heard that God is with you. So instead of Muhammad going to the Jews or going to the Christians who heard from the Jews, guess what Muhammad do? Decided to find God in a dark cave. To find God in a dark cave in Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Muhammad, something is wrong with his bloody head. Muhammad, say all black dog must be dead. This is the nonsense, man. This is the nonsense of the religion. So Jesus, in the book of Mark, as I was reading to you, Jesus met a man who was possessed with evil spirit. Mark 5 and verse 2 says, when Jesus climbed out of the boat, a man possessed by evil spirit came out from the tomb to meet him. The man lived in the burial caves and would no longer be restrained, even with a chain. Do you see that? So this man was living in the burial cave and he was possessed. Muhammad used to go, literally, Muhammad was living in the cave. Let me show you that Muhammad was living in the cave from the beginning. He used to go in seclusion of the cave, Ira, where he used to worship alone continuously for many days and nights. Living in the cave instead of sleeping with his wife at home. This meant there was a mental thing going on with this man. This man was leaving his wife in the bed of his wife to go sleep in a cave. He used to take with him a journey, food for the stay. Notice what they say, food for for that stay, and then come back to his wife Khadija to take his food likewise again for another period to stay. Do you see? The man living in the cave. The only thing that man come home for his wife too. He was no help to his wife. He was just coming home to grab food. And the wife may be glad to see his butt gone. Because what wife would be like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you in the cave? But then, look at the stupidity. When he believed that he was mad and was possessed, who did his wife take him to? A man called Warika. So why didn't the wife, when he wanted to know about God, why didn't the wife take him to Warika? So when he believed that he was mad, the wife took him to Warika. Khadija then accompanied him to her cousin Warika bin Nafal bin Asad. What a long name this man have. Bin Abdul Uzza. What? Bin Kwase. Look at the long name of this man. And why was the man called Abdul Uzza? Who is Uzza? Do you see the catastrophe that Muhammad was in? They took this man, they take Muhammad to this man called Asad bin, this long name, so bin mean, I think bin mean son, you know, so the man, it means son. Look at this. Warika, son of Nafal, son of Asad, son of Abdul Uzza. So somewhere in this man lineage, someone was worshipping Uzza, Alat and Al-Uzza. You remember Alat and Al-Uzza? This man's grandfather was a worshipper of Al-Uzza bin Kwasi. Warika was the son of her paternal uncle, that is her father's brother, who during the pre-Islamic period became a Christian and used to write the Arabic writing and used to write of the gospel in Arabic as much as Allah wished him to write. So it was Allah who wished him to write the gospel. So you see that they have the gospel with them. Allah wished him to write, according to the Aisha, because Aisha is the narrator giving this story. So they have the gospel with them. Muhammad knew the gospel because Warika had the gospel with him in Arabic. He was an old man and had lost his eyesight. Khadija said to him, "Oh, my cousin, listen to the story of your nephew." Warika asks, "Oh, my nephew, what have you seen?" So this man is asking Muhammad what he saw. Why is it that Khadija, when Muhammad wanted to know about God, why is it that Khadija didn't take him to this man in the first place, but take him to this man after the fact that he came home disturbed, claiming that he was possessed? According to Ibn Ishaq, Muhammad was saying, "Woe is me, poet are possessed." So after he came home thinking that he was possessed, this is when they take him to Warika. And then Warika said to him, "This is the same Namos, i.e. Gabriel, the angel who keeps the secret, whom Allah sent to Moses." How did Warika know these things? That Allah sent Gabriel to Moses? Did the Jews, did the gospel, did the Torah said anything about God sending Gabriel to Moses? No. So Warika was not even a good Christian, because Christians don't make up nothing. But that is not the only story about Warika and Muhammad. That is not the only story about Warika and Muhammad. According to Ibn Kathir, let me show you what Ibn Kathir say Warika told Muhammad. Because Warika may have told Muhammad that it is Jibril, but look what Ibn Kathir says about Warika and Muhammad. Let me show you. Here, right here. So this is where Ibn Sa'd, remember I promised to show you where Ibn Sa'd wrote that Muhammad told Khadija that he was going mad. This is where it is. O Khadija, I see light, I hear sounds, I fear I am mad. Ibn Sa'd, Book of the Major Class, page 225. And who is Ibn Sa'd? Was he a Christian? No. And here is where Ibn Ishaq in Sirat Rasul, the life of Muhammad, say Muhammad was possessed, believe he was possessed. I thought, woe is me, poet are possessed. See that? And this is page 106. And here is where Khadija took Warika to her cousin, Muhammad, to her cousin Warika, and Warika told Muhammad, according to Ibn Kathir, I am afraid it may be someone other than Gabriel, for certain devils imitate him, and by so doing can mislead and corrupt some men. This can result in a man becoming confused and even crazy, whereas before he had been of sound mind. Ibn Kathir, the life of the Prophet Muhammad. And here is where Muhammad started behaving like a madman. But after a few days, Warika died, and the divine inspiration was also paused for a while, and the Prophet became so sad, as we have heard, that he intended several times to throw himself from the top of a mountain. And every time he went to the top of the mountain to throw, in order to throw himself down, we know what happened. This critter would come to him and say, I am from your Lord. But we see this, Bukhari, Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 9, hadith number 111. And the very hadith that I was reading from before say the same thing. The one that Aisha narrated. So the very one that I was reading from before says that. Let me show you. Let me show you that. If I put the word pause, maybe I could get the P-A-U-S-E. Yep. Here we go. But after a few days, Warika died, and the divine inspiration was also paused for a while, and the Prophet became so sad, and we have heard that he intended several times to throw himself from the tops of a mountain, and every time he went up to the top of the mountain in order to throw himself down, Jibril or Gabriel would appear to him and say, "Oh Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's messenger in truth," whereupon his heart would become quiet and he would calm down. Do you see that? Remember, Muhammad is delusional. According to Aisha, he used to imagine he had done things in which in fact he had not done. And a person who has schizophrenia in most cases have also bipolar disorder. And in bipolar disorder, you have manic stage. You have 2 stages of bipolar disorder. In one, when you go to that manic stage, where things are so stressful and so harsh on you, a lot of times a schizophrenic person will think to kill themselves. I've seen it several times in my country and anybody living in third world country. See, in America, we don't see a lot of things that third world country people see. Anybody from a third world country that is in the chat or listening to this video will agree with me that in America, you don't get to see a lot of things that third world people see. And just like in third world country, you don't get to see a lot of things that Americans see. Why? Because of the culture. In American culture, let me show you something. In American culture, you are exposed to travel the world because it's easy access and you are financially more stable and all that stuff. But there's a downside to that too. You don't get to expose. Only medical people are exposed to certain things, and not all the time, because a medical person exposed to people under the care of medical professional, where you are getting medication, Seroquel, Aldol, Risperdal, all these dolls and all this stuff. You're getting all these medication that help to calm you down. So even I, as a nurse, the behavior of a schizophrenic that I saw in Jamaica, I don't see it here. The severe behavior of a schizophrenic that I saw in Jamaica when I was younger, I don't see it, even though I'm a nurse working with schizophrenic people. Why? Because America afford to treat their schizophrenic people. They are first world country. I'm giving them this title. First world and third world. They call us third world, so we call them first world. They are first world people where they afford to give their citizen medical care. In Jamaica, you see people with mental problem going, oh, I went to a vacation months ago, maybe about 3 months ago or 3 months ago, I think. I went to Puerto Rico, and a man, I didn't see it myself, but my wife saw it and came back to the place where we stay, and told me, guess what I just saw? I said, what? She said, I had to buy this man some food because he was eating a dead pigeon. Live. Not live, raw. Uncooked, sorry. He was eating a dead pigeon uncooked. Our friends were there that went on the vacation with us, but I wasn't there. I stayed in the villa that we rent with my son. But they saw they saw it except me and my son. He was eating a dead pigeon that was run over by a car at the street. He was eating the dead pigeon. In my country, we see things like that. We see the extreme behavior of a schizophrenic person where they try to kill themselves. They would do stuff that is so extreme, you wonder how they would actually see a car coming and just walk out into the car. I'm telling you, when you're driving in the city of Montego Bay, I'm not talking about the tourist place. Let me tell you, don't be tricked. In any one of these tourist places that you go, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, anywhere you go, I'm just being real to you. There is 2 sides of the place. There is a tourist place, and then there's the citizen place. It's not like America, where anywhere you go, it is the citizen's place. The citizen of live, just live. No, it's not. It is a tourist place and then there is a citizen place. A schizophrenic person go to these stages where this stage, not stages, stage, because there is two stages. That's why they say bipolar. The word, the prefix bi mean two sides. I mean, they have a two sides to them, the manic side, and then there is this calmer side. So Muhammad went up to the mountain to kill himself. And in his delusion, he hallucinating and hearing stuff. And in his delusion, he heard something telling him, "Oh, you are the apostle of Allah." And he decided to calm himself down. And it calms him down. That delusion calms him down. And he get down. But he did it again. Notice what he says several times. Notice what he says. S-E-V-E-R. Notice what he says. He intended several times. Not one time. So this is showing you mental problem. So when this clown, Hamza Myatt, is calling our sister Atuntash, our sister Kate, and Bob, our brother Bob, mental, this is mental. This is mental. And guess what? This is the man that an idiot, the red donkey, took as his prophet. This is the man that the red donkey took as his prophet. Muhammad, the only prophet Muhammad was P-R-O-F-I-T, because he was profiting from robbing people. And another kind of prophet was a false prophet. There is greatly a link between mental problem and people just all of a sudden become religious, extremely religious, and crazy, like out of it, like this man. Remember this man who went to Ghana in South America with those people? Guyana. I say Ghana. It's not Ghana. Ghana is in Africa. I mean Guyana. G-U-Y-A-N-A. With these people and have them drink poison. That was mental. That was mental. That was mental. So he have them, he know the FBI is coming for him, so he have them kill themselves. The FBI coming for him instead of as a coward, just like Muhammad was a coward, because Muhammad did something similar. Some assassin was coming to kill Muhammad, and Muhammad leave, I think it's Zayd or Ali in his bed, knowing that the assassin were coming to kill him. So if the assassin had come in and started chopping, just did not come to capture him, they just come to chop him up. Zayd, I think it was Zayd would have been chopped up. Muhammad run to Medina, leave Zayd in his bed. Muhammad was so suicidal. Let me show you that Muhammad was suicidal. Muhammad was so suicidal that Muhammad told his men that Allah says that, I can't remember which verse in the Quran, but this is in the Quran, that Allah says that if it's 100 men, I'm paraphrasing and I might be a little bit off, but Muhammad said to them, want them to go fight and kill people. And Muhammad said to them that if you have one, it was revealed to me that if you have 100 men, the 100 men can destroy a certain portion of people. I can't remember and I don't want to lie. Exactly but you guys know the verse. Anybody who study know what I'm talking about. Islam. He was tricking the people to fight. he was tricking the people to fight. So he took them out there to fight. And in one occasion, they got their ass kicked. I hope there's no children watching this. They got their butt kicked in one occasion. They got their butt kicked. And a lot of the war that Muhammad did not win the war fairly. Muhammad were attacking communities while people were sleeping in their bed at night. And when they asked Muhammad about the children that were killed while they were raiding these communities, Muhammad said, they are from among them. So they got their butt kicked. And in one of the verses, in part of the Quran, Allah said, Muhammad counteract and came back to them and said, oh, when they went one time to fight some people, and when they went to fight the people, the Quran told them that the people are less than they are. So they went to, they wanted to go fight some people, and they were talking about, oh, the people may outnumber them. Muhammad said he got a revelation, and the revelation said the fighters there are less than you are. When they go there to fight the people, the fighters were actually more than they are. But they end up beating the people who were more than they are. And not because you beat somebody who is more than you are, that doesn't mean that you are God. God is with you. I'm sure if you take 12 special American soldiers, Marine American soldiers, and send them on a mission where there is 500 or 5,000 Jamaican soldiers, maybe those 12 soldiers destroy the Jamaican. And they are not sent by God. But Muhammad was telling them, like, go fight. Conning them, like, go fight. Delusional, suicidal mission, sending them on suicidal mission, to the point where they got their butt kicked one time and they had to run away. Muhammad was at the back telling them, retreat. You remember No Retreat, No Surrender, the movie? Muhammad don't believe in that. Muhammad said, come on, let's go. Abu Bakr, let's go back, Omar. And swoosh, like Speedy Gonzales, right back to Mecca. Or maybe, was it Mecca? I don't know. Maybe it could be Medina. I have to remember which battle that was. I can't remember which battle it was. I think it was Mecca. But anyway, do you see the delusion? Muhammad continued to be suicidal. In the battle of Khaybar, they call it a battle, but it was not a battle. It was not really a battle. To be real with you, Muhammad were attacking these people for no reason at all. So they attacked the people, so the people were forced to fight and defend themselves. It's like you come into my house for war to kill, and I had to fight to defend myself. I didn't go to battle with you. You came to battle with me. And then I am forced to defend myself. But anyway, Muhammad had just ravished the people, steal from the people, murder the people, do all kind of things with the people, killing the little kids. Muhammad actually killed the little boys, because if the boys have pubic hair, he was killing them. And we knew, anybody know at all that some kids actually have pubic hair from their babies. When I say babies, I mean young little boys, young little girls having pubic hair. Pubic hair don't make you a man. Muhammad was killing them for that reason. And after the clown has killed these people, the clown, a Jewish woman, because the Khaybar, people of Khaybar were Jews. One of the women of Khaybar cook some meat and Muhammad eat. Isn't that suicidal? Isn't that suicidal? You're so delusional to the point, are mentally insane to the point where you think that you could go and kill all these people, and when they cook some food and give it to you, you should eat it. And to show you that Muhammad was mentally have a mental problem, Muhammad took a girl called Sophia from those people and take her to his tent, have sex with her, claim he married to her, and have sex with her in his tent. And there was one of Muhammad's foot soldier, a bandit, around all night, going around Muhammad's tent, listening to the sexcapade, listening to make sure that Muhammad was safe. Muhammad didn't even think that this girl could kill him. This is how mentally deranged Muhammad was. The girl didn't kill him, but maybe hours, days later, hours later, a Jewish woman poisoned him. He suffered like a dog for years before he died. I said suffer like a dog. A dog shouldn't suffer. But he suffered like the black dog that he was killing. It's just a term Jamaican use when they say suffer like a dog. But he suffered like the black dog that he was killing. And you want to tell me now, my beautiful people, sensible people, that Muhammad was a sane man? Muhammad was a mad man. Momo was greedy. The suicidal, paranoid, mentally ill, rapist prophet. I totally agree with all these descriptions. I second it. I second it. Let me see what my brother Larry says. No, oh, the scrunch is drop them high places. There's video where they are shown doing okay. Oh yes, I know what he's talking about, where they were dropping people off high buildings and stuff like that. I think that's what you're talking about. Homosexual, is that what they're talking about? Dropping homosexual from high building? My Happy Frenzy says something. I'm not gonna show it because something that is there's a term he used in there, so I'm not gonna show it. But he says, "Stupid man believing that ginger demon and taking shahada. Can you believe this?" He literally saying a stupid Westerner, because we in the West, it's not like we are better than anybody. But nowadays, I put people equal nowadays when it comes to the access to resources. No, I wouldn't put it all equal, because in some places in maybe the Caribbean too, and Africa and other places, the internet service is not the best. The Wi-Fi system is not the best. So people can't even watch videos. Some people can't watch videos in some places. They might be able to go to Facebook, but watching a video is a different thing, because the Wi-Fi doesn't allow for them to do certain things. You know, so they don't have access as much as we have. But today, in today's era, to see a clown like Hamza, that's a mental case. Hamza himself is a mental case. A clown like this is a mental case. If you go to the Quran itself, you see that Muhammad was a madman. From the Quran itself, you see that Muhammad is a madman. One of the verses that I often use to show that Muhammad was a madman is Surah 33, verse 72, where Muhammad says, before Allah gave religious obligation to mankind, he gave it to the mountains. Before Allah gave religious obligation to mankind, he gave it to the mountain, and the mountain refused it because they were fearful. Wow. So Allah says, I want you, all the mountains come over here to me. And Allah said to the mountain, I want you to do this and this and that and that. And to be real with you, you'll be surprised that maybe at the time of creation, there were no mountains. Who knows? But he says, Allah give religious obligation to the mountain, and the mountain refuse religious obligation. That means the mountain could become Muslims. So right now the mountains are not Muslims because they didn't take religious obligation. So the mountain are not obedient to Allah. They did not take it because they fear it. So oh man. Oh man. So you see how we could use even from the Quran. I show you from the Quran, you know, things that Muhammad say that is totally stupid, make no sense. If you mix the Quran with the Hadith, you see that Muhammad was nothing but a delusional madman. Muhammad wrote in his Quran that Allah told Moses, when Moses dropped, Allah told Moses, throw down your staff. But when he saw it, let me actually read a different translation right here. Okay. And throw down thy staff. So Allah said, this is from Pickthall. Throw down thy staff. But when he saw it withering as it were a demon, according to Pickthall, he saw it withering as if it was a demon. Sai International say he saw it withering as if it was a snake. But remember Muhammad say snakes are demon. Remember Muhammad says jinns come in the form of a snake. So Pickthall could be right. Muhammad told the people, so when they see a snake in their house, let me actually find this one to show you how mad Muhammad was. Man, it don't take you guys long to see how stupid Muhammad was. I'm telling you, man, it doesn't take you nothing to see how foolish Muhammad was. Listen to what Muhammad says. It was reported, no, oh, this is a site. Okay, it's a site. But it's in Sahih Muslim. Okay, that's a site. Let me find it. It's a fatwa site. I don't want to read nothing from no fatwa. I want to read the real hadith, the real hadith, the real hadith. La 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 la. Muhammad was a madman. I found him. Okay, let's see. I looked towards it and found a snake. I jumped up in order to kill it, but Abu Sayda Koji made a gesture. So I sat down. That's a long hadith. That's not the one. Oh, okay. So when you see, oh, here it is. So this man was praying, and this is narrated Abu Asaid, the free slave of Isham. So he said, I found, and I said that he visited Abu Said al-Khudri in his house, and he said, I found him saying prayer. So he's in his house and he's saying prayer. So I sat down, waiting for him to finish the prayer, when I heard a stir in the bundle of wood lying in the corner of the house. I looked towards it and found a snake. So there was a snake in the bundle of wood that they have in the house. You know, they make fire in their house to cook and to warm themselves. So there is a snake in the bundle of wood. I hope it wasn't a sidewinder. So, I jumped up in order to kill it, but he, Abu Said al-Khudri, made a gesture that I should sit down. So I sat down, and as he finished the prayer, he pointed to a room in the house and said, "Do you see this room?" I said, "Yes." He said, "There was a young man amongst us who been a messenger to participate in the Battle of Trench. When a young man in the midday used to seek permission from Allah to return to his family. One day he sought permission from him, and Allah, after granting him permission, said to him, 'Carry your weapon with you, for I fear the tribe of Qurayza may harm you.' The man carried the weapon and then came back and found his wife standing between the two doors. He bent towards her, smitten by jealousy, and made a dash towards her with a spear in order to stab her." What? Maybe hold on. "Carry your weapon with you. I fear that the tribe of Qurayza." The man carried his weapon and then came back and found his wife standing between the two doors. He bent forward. He bent towards her, smitten by jealousy. So the wife is standing in the doorway. He bent towards her, smitten by jealousy, and made a dash towards her with a spear in order to stab her. She said, "Keep your spear away and enter the house until you see that which has made me come out." So maybe the lady was in a compromising position, maybe naked or something, but you come home and see your wife standing at the door naked, and you take your spear and started running towards your wife to kill your wife. Do you see the kind of people that was around Muhammad? This is the madhouse. This is the hospital B type of people. Do you see the kind? Let me guy. Am I sharing this with you guys? I don't think so. Let me make you guys see this, because this is dangerous, man. Do you see the kind of mind, the mind of the people that was around Muhammad? Dangerous people, man. Evil and wicked kind of people. Evil and wicked kind of people. Do you see that? Listen to this. See this? Do you see that? You see the kind of men that Muhammad have around him. And then you will tell me that Muhammad was a good man. Show me your company, I tell you who you are. Do you see the kind of man? Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. When I say your company, that means that, oh, because you're talking to somebody down the street. No. Are you having meal with somebody down the street to teach them about God, or, you know? No. I'm talking about your friends. Look at this. This was one of Muhammad's soldiers. These were the people that Muhammad take to go fight war with him. He's a Muslim man. The man carried a weapon and then came back and found his wife standing between the two doors. So literally, I think it means she was standing between the columns of the door, or the doorpost. That's what it means. And she maybe was naked or half naked or not. You know, why would he do this? Listen, The more you read these hadith, the more you found clownery in these hadith. Look what this happened. The man, so she said, keep your spear away and enter the house until you see that which has made me come out. So because the wife came out of the house, the man was ready to kill his wife. The man was ready to kill his wife. Wow. He entered and found a big snake coil in the bedding. So he found a big snake coil in the bedding. Remember what Muhammad says? When you make a bed, you need to make a bed for the Satan. Remember, I read that to you guys early in the same stream that Muhammad said, make a bed in your house for the Satan. So when he entered the house, he found a big snake coil on the bedding. He darted with the spear and pierced it, and then went out, having fixed it in the house. But the snake quivered and attacked him, and no one knew which of them died first. So the snake quivered and attacked him, and no one knew which of them died first, the snake or the young man. So the snake was a big snake. So when he attacked the snake, and normally if you stab a big snake with a spear, big snake, we're talking about big snake, we're talking about anaconda, boa constrictor, snake like this, kind of python, any kind of those kind of snake. If you stab one of those snake with a spear, that snake gonna retaliate and tear you up, man. He can retaliate and tear you up. You're a little man. Some of these snakes are bigger than you. So he stabbed the snake with it, and the snake could curl him up. Muhammad said he don't know which one died first. They said they don't know which one died first. This is not Muhammad. It's from somebody else. So which one died first? But more likely that he died first. The man died first. Because if it's a big snake, depends what kind of snake he's talking about. If it's a poisonous snake or it's a constrictor. If it's a constrictor, it's gonna kill you. If it's attack you and curl you around, he squeeze the life out of you, then later it will die. It could die. Who knows? We came to Allah's. No, here is Muhammad the clown. Now the clown come in. So the story was crazy already about a man wanting to kill his wife because his wife was standing in the doorpost, probably naked. So you want to kill your wife. You don't know what's happening. He could be a rapist in your house, but you could run to kill your wife. What a mad house. So do you see that hospital B is more crazier than hospital A? So this man, look, and we came to Allah Apostle and made mention to him and said, supplicate to Allah that man be brought back to life. Look at this. They want the man to be brought back to life. They think this clown is Jesus. So, because of the hype Muhammad gave to himself, his clown soldiers, the people behind him who follow him, believe that he is Jesus. And look at the story that Muhammad gonna tell to get away from resurrecting this man. Supplicate, when Lazarus died and Lazarus' sister came to Jesus and said, or brother, your friend died. Jesus says he's not dead, he's sleeping. Because death, the first death is considered a sleep. Second death is where you die, really. He said they will be thrown into the fire, which is the second death in the book of Revelation. Sorry. In the book of Revelation, he speaks about the second death. So Jesus always referred to the first death that we die, like the death of who now should I say? like the death of Paul, you know, Paul is dead, the Apostle Paul is dead, his first death is considered a sleep. He's just resting until the resurrection, then he will be back to life. So they asked Muhammad, supplicate Allah that that man may be brought back to life. Thereupon Allah Mascot said, ask forgiveness for your companion, and then said, there are in Medina jinns. Notice what he said right here. There are in Medina jinns who have accepted Islam. There are in Medina devils who have accepted Islam. So when you see any of them, pronounce a warning to it for 3 days. And if they appear before you after that, then kill it, for that is the devil. So guess what? Muhammad is saying, the snake, Muhammad is actually telling you that that snake was a jinn. He said, there are in Medina, because they're talking about snake, and then here is Muhammad saying, thereupon he said, ask for forgiveness for your companion, and then said, but which companion is he talking about to ask forgiveness for? Wow. Which companion is Muhammad telling them to ask forgiveness for? Because notice the story. He said, ask forgiveness for your companion, and then said, there are in Medina jinns who accepted Islam. So if a jinn accepted Islam, the jinn would be the Muslim companion, because the Muslim become a brother of that jinn. So the Muslim become a brother. A devil accept Islam, the Muslim become the brother of that devil, a companion of that devil. Wow, what a beautiful delusional religion. And look what happened. So when you see any of them, meaning if you see a snake, pronounce a warning to it for 3 days. So pronounce a warning to the snake for 3 days. And if they appear before you after that, then kill it. So if they appear to you after that, then kill it. So the man actually stabbed a Muslim. When the man used a spear and stabbed the snake, the man was stabbing a Muslim. I guess. I don't know what Muhammad was saying. Because the man didn't give warning to the snake. So the snake could have been a Muslim. Do you see what I'm saying? The snake could be the snake could be a Muslim, or the snake could be a devil that is not a Muslim. The snake could be a devil who is a Muslim, and the snake could be a devil who became a Muslim, or the snake could be a devil who is not a Muslim. Oh man, let me show you that I'm not lying. There is another hadith that clarifies this, that Muhammad says. Here is it. I think this is the one. I think this is the one. Why it opens so slow? Slow open today. Okay, Abu Hurairah, peace be upon him, verily, believer in the grave, Jinn 3 form. Oh, here it is. Look at this one over here. This one over here. He says, Abdul Talaba reported, the messenger of Allah, peace and blessing be upon him, said, the jinn have three forms. One form like a dog and snake. One form flies through the air, and one form comes and goes. So one form is like a dog and snake. I don't know if it's a dog mixed with a snake, or it's one form of them come as dog and also can come as a snake. But he said dog and snake, and one form flies through the air, and one form comes and goes. And this is Sahih Ibn 6156. Sahih authentic. But look at this. Let me show you. There's another one. Oh, here is Answering Islam. Let me go to Answering Islam, because I'm sure you will find it there easier. Answering Islam. Let's find it, because I know I've seen it. Snake. Okay, so this is the one I just talked about, where a Muslim man went home and saw a snake and killed it. But during the struggle, he was killed. But this is what Muhammad say here. Here it is. Here's the other one. From Sahih Muslim, book 26, Hadith 55-58. Asama B. Ubaid report about a person who was called as Sahib, having said, we visited Abu ul-Qadr when we had sitting with him, we heard a stir under his bed. When we looked, we found a big snake. The rest of the hadith is as the same. And in this, Allah Messenger is reported to have said, verily, in these houses there live aged snake. So when you see one of them, make life hard for it for 3 days. And if it goes away, well and good. Otherwise, kill it. For in that case, it could be a non-believer. Wow. So if it goes away, when you make life hard for it, it could be a believer snake. But if it stays with you, kill it, because it could be a non-believer snake. What kind of religion is this, man? Sunan Abu Dawood, book 41, number 5236. Narrated Abu Sayyid al-Qudri. Muhammad ibn Abu Yahya said that his father told that he and his companion went to Abu Sayyid al-Qudri to pay a sick visit to him. He said, then he went out from him and met a companion of ours who wanted to go to him. He went ahead and sat in the mosque. He then came back and told us that he heard Abu said, the apostle of Allah said, some snakes are jinn. So when you see one of them in your house, he should give him warning 3 times. if it return after that, he should kill it, for it is a devil. So you see, a snake can be a Muslim. Oh boy. And a snake is a jinn, and a jinn can be a Muslim. You know, so a jinn is a devil. You know, a jinn is a devil. But there are devils who believe in Islam, and there are devils who don't believe in Islam. What a religion, man. What's this here? What's this one here? Sunan Abu Dawud, book 41, 52-40. The apostle of Allah was asked about the snakes, the house snakes. He said, when you see one of them in your dwelling, I adjure you by the covenant with Noah made with you, the covenant which Noah made with you. What covenant did Noah made with you? I adjure you by the covenant which Solomon made with you, not to harm us. Then if they come back, kill them. This is the madness of Islam. So I want to say, man, all praises to the triune God, man. All praises to the triune God. All praises to the God who give us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And as you can see so clearly, Islam is nothing but nonsense. If you read this right here, it's Muhammad and the Snakes Answering Islam website. Muhammad and the Snakes, written by Silas. You will see some things, man. I could tell there's a whole bunch more. But do you see the craziness where this Muslim, look at the mad mind of this Muslim. Tell me this is the mind of a man who makes sense. You are going to call these people mental. So here is the red donkey calling people mental.
And Acid gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park, and they all pile off. They spend the day at Speaker's Corner, go for a meal later, and then it's back to the hospital because they're all mental.
Because they're all mental. So what we see here, the Christians who go to Hyde Park to talk to the Muslims are mental. But yet still, we see that it is the Muslims who go to Hyde Park to talk to the Christians. They are the one attacking the Christians and cutting them and slapping them and beating them. So what do we see? One hospital, according to this guy, he says it's a mental hospital. That the Christian came from a mental hospital. So one mental hospital, quote unquote, one mental hospital take their patient out to the park to have a fun day, to relieve them from their mind, relieve them from their depraved mind, because mental people have depravity that cause them to be mentally ill. Something is going on that causes them to be mentally ill. So you take them out into fresh air to make them feel better. And then another hospital with more severely mental patient came along with their patients, and the patients from the other hospital started attacking the patient from hospital, one hospital. So hospital A take their patient who are a mental problem, quote unquote, but it seems like those patients are not as mentally depraved as hospital B, who also take their patient to the same park, because you have patient from hospital B attacking patients from hospital A. So which is the most mental hospital? which is the most mental case. Do you see the clown? See what happened to these clowns is that TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, all this stuff are here for us to say whatever we say. And if you look at it, he got 4.1K like, many comments. So he got all in comments. Because 4.1K people is as crazy as him. Do you see the amount of mental case that we have? If you call me mentally crazy and I'm out here talking and then you come and cut me in my face and you have people like you who are cutting people who are mentally insane in their face, who is more insane? The people who are cutting the people who are insane, or the people who are out there talking and you call them insane? This is the mind of an idiot. Hamza have the mind of a donkey. And this is why we call him the red donkey. Somebody need to put a saddle on this boy, put a stirrup in his mouth, a bridle in his mouth, and a stirrup, or whatever the stirrup is, and ride this donkey out of town. Never to return. Ride this donkey somewhere. Let him go there and drink some water and graze. Don't take him back into the town. What a clown. What a headless clown. What a headless clown. Make no sense whatsoever. Just a headless donkey.
Which is a mental in Speaker's Corner.
Mental. Have you seen
mental? I swear, it's like the local mental hospital has a day trip every Sunday, and the coach piles up, and Hatoum gets on it, and Acid gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park.
So the local mental hospital take their people there, and then Muslims are attacking them. And do you see what Mohammed Ijab called them? Muslim gangsters. Muslim gangsters, man. I've never heard Christian calling people Christian gangsters. Have you ever heard of a Christian gangster? I've never heard of a Christian gangster. I've never heard a Christian preacher talking about Christian gangsters. And this is one of their top apologists. If you look at the amount of subscribers he have, he have like what? 400,000 subscribers or more. But this clown will tell you, man, will tell you that there are Muslim gangsters out there. Beautiful religion, man. Religion of madness. You know, religion of madness.
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangsters as well.
Now let's see what Ali Dawa the donkey says, because sometimes Ali Dawa, Ali donkey. Some people call him Ali Dudu. Now here goes Ali Dudu, the headless donkey.
Is it different with Islam? The question that needs to be asked is not do you condemn it? What is the difference with Islam and Muslims?
What is the difference with Islam and Muslims? That's supposed to be a stupid question, don't it? What is a Muslim? If you ask any Muslim, what is a Muslim? One who is in submission to Allah. So is Islam different from a Muslim? No. The life of a person who say that they are a Muslim should be Islam. So he's asking the question, what is the difference between Islam and Muslim? And closing his eyes, like what's his name? Olstein, Pastor Olstein. I've never seen a man blink so much like Olstein, Joel Olstein. That man, if he get $1 for the amount of time he blink, he would be a billionaire. He would be more richer than Elon Musk. If he get $1 for the every time he close his eyes, he'd be richer than Donald Trump. This clown right here. Every time he close his eyes, he get $1, he'd be richer than Donald Trump, man.
That is the question that I want to ask.
Look at it, blinking like a...
The point I'm trying to say is the following.
Look at it.
Every individual, be it the secularists, be it the nationalists, be it the religious people, any group that you look at, if they have someone that they love, they would go to levels. Some may condemn it. Some may say, you know what?
Look, so if you have someone that you love and somebody is saying bad about something, someone that you love, you would go to level to try to kill that person. Show how mentally insane you are. You know, when I was younger, somebody said something about my mom, I jump into fight. Right now, if somebody says something about my mom, I'm fighting with nobody. You're a clown. I walk away and I'm gone. Why? Because I'm bigger than that. My mama is bigger than that. My mama is bigger than that clown. So, so at the end of the day, why would I be fighting for somebody say something about anybody in your family as somebody you love? And the earth, and this earth, you know, you have people that you love. You have people that you love. You know, it's just natural for you to love certain people. Your wife, your children, your mother, your father, you know, your friends, your sisters, your brothers. But if somebody says something bad about one of these people, are you going to go try to kill that person? Like how the clown tried to kill the man, what's his name, Rushdie? And do you see how these clowns justify it? And you tell me if this is not a mental problem in society, that when somebody says something about somebody, what you should do is to go and kill that person. And he have a big platform with 800,000 subscribers, and this is how he explained what happened to that man. Not saying, hey, this is not Islam. None of these clowns will say this is not Islam.
Well, we condemn it. We condemn it. We don't want violence, but we condemn this. A small...
Listen what he says. We don't want violence, but we condemn it. Notice what he says. But we who condemn it. This is, I'm telling you, this is a mentally retarded bastard, this guy right here. We don't want violence, we condemn it. We who? If you are saying that Muslims in every religious group, there are people who will do this and who will do this. That's what you are saying. I don't believe that a Christian would stab a person talking bad about Jesus. If he do that, he's not a Christian. He's not a part of the religious group called Christian. No. Because our war is against Satan and it's not physical. Our war is not physical, it's a spiritual war. Our war is a spiritual war that have things to do with our mental faculty, not something to do with how powerful and physical you are. But you could see how physical Islam is to the point where Muhammad Hijab went to the Chinese consulate in London, England, and he was talking on a microphone thing so that they could hear what he want to say. He reached to a point where he take off his shirt like a WWE wrestler because of physical. They don't believe that the greatest wars are fought with your mental ability. And spiritual wars are greater than any war you could fight. These clowns don't believe this.
More fraction of them might say, you know what? No, actually, we want this guy killed. We want him beheaded. We want him finished.
But he said a fraction. Notice what he says. We don't want this, but a fraction. So isn't the fraction a part of we? We want this guy beheaded. But you know this guy is a clown. He have two mouths just like his prophet Muhammad. If you ask him, if he's on a podcast with somebody, you know, and you ask him if apostate should be killed, I bet he said no. But you see, we have video of him saying that people like you who leave your religion and cause this and this should be killed, where he say apostate prophet should be killed. So if apostate prophet should be killed for what he is doing, shouldn't this man be killed too? Salman. Shouldn't Salman Rushdie be killed too? According to Islam, yes. Salman Rushdie should be killed. Let me show you an incident. Muhammad encouraging the killing of people who talk about him. There was a man, a blind man, who was given a slave woman. He had a slave woman. And the slave woman gave him two sons. He have sex, a blind man, an old blind man, have sex with this slave girl that he was given to him, maybe by Muhammad, because they used to go out, raid communities and steal their women, kill the men, rob the community and steal their women. And they gave this man ended up, I don't know if he was given or he bought the slave, but he ended up with a slave woman. Maybe through that mean, robbing people and stealing their women. And he had two sons with the slave woman. And the slave woman used to talk bad about Muhammad according to the man, because it could be otherwise, that he just killed his wife. And Muhammad let him go scotch-free. But anyway, so according to the man, the slave woman used to talk bad about Muhammad, and he pushed a dagger into her stomach and killed her. And blood, when he killed her, blood flies from her stomach onto one of her children, his child. And when Muhammad heard about it, and he told Muhammad what happened, Muhammad said, no punishment, no, this man should never be punished. So this and there's so many hadith where Muhammad was encouraging the killing of those who talk out against him. Muhammad killed the poets who talk out against him. So you see, this clown coming here, we are against it, but one fraction, see the two mouth of this clown. We are against it. We, when you talk about we, if I'm working for a company and I said, we are going to make new cars starting next year, a new kind of car starting next year. The we include every single person that work at the facility, at the factory or the company. Because what? Even the person who mop the floor have a lot to do with how the business is run effectively. Because if you're working in a dirty environment, a lot of times your mind don't function properly if the place is too dirty. But this clown say we, and then we condemn it, or we don't like it, or something like that. But then the clown is gonna say, a fraction of us, a fraction. What fraction? How many of the fraction? A fraction could be 1/100. A fraction could be 99/100. Do you see that? A fraction could be 1/100th, and a fraction could also be 99/100th. So what fraction of Muslims are against killing people who speak out against Muhammad? How big is the fraction? Even the ones that live next door, if you ask them to condemn these things, they will say they will say nothing. They will say nothing. And all these videos that they make is for the small mind. People who think very small and they don't analyze what is being said. Because if you are making a speech like this and say we include every Muslim. We include every Muslim. If you are saying we don't represent, you're representing all Muslim, then you say a fraction. That's a mental problem. Because if we don't eat pork, but then you say a fraction eat pork, that's a mental problem. If you're saying we do not eat pork, only a fraction eat pork, what are you talking about? You just said we don't eat pork. Only I said no one in my house eat pork. Only a fraction of us eat pork. Listen what the clown say again.
They love, they would go to levels. Some may condemn it. Some may say, you know what? We condemn it. We condemn it. We don't want
some. So the clown says some. Oh, the clown says some will condemn it. But do you condemn it, clown?
But we condemn this. A small fraction of them might say, you know what? No, actually, we want this guy killed. We want.
He said a small fraction. He said some will say that we condemn it, but a small fraction will say we want this guy killed. But the some that say that they condemn it, in what way is the some saying that they condemn it? In what way is these some saying that they condemn it? I really want to know that. I want to know.
Condemn it. Some may say, you know what? We condemn it.
Some may say. He didn't notice the clown. Some may say. We don't even hear him say, I condemn it.
We condemn it. We don't want violence, but we condemn this. A small fraction of them might say, you know what? No, actually, we want this guy killed. We want him beheaded. We want him finished.
What kind of people in today's society is thinking about they want people beheaded for what they say? But mad people. Only mad people in a Western society is telling you that they want people beheaded for what they say. Look, mad people in any society, but I'm just talking about in a Western society that we have. If you ask, if you sit here before a psychiatrist and say to the psychiatrist, when the psychiatrist says, what do you want to be done about these people? So you say, these people are doing this, these people are doing to me. And the psychiatrist said to you, what do you want to be done about these people? And you said, I want them beheaded. What do you think that this psychiatrist would think? What do you think that he would think? This is how we are not paying attention to Islam, the wickedness of Islam. Because we are not listening to what these people are saying. We are not listening to what these people are saying. That here is this guy talking about mental problem. But we have people living amongst us that believe that if a person says something about them, they need to be beheaded. So somebody go to Speaker's Corner to speak out against that kind of religion, and they are called mental. But you have a religion among us, a set of people who believe that if a person write a book and their feelings about something, they need to be beheaded. Wow. What a beautiful religion. Man, you could use this religion and decorate your living room. It's beautiful. You could use it and make bedspread for your bed, you know? Beautiful floral bedspread, beautiful floral shirt to wear on vacation. Wow. And he's so serious about that. Then one day this clown said that he never was born a Muslim. So he was never born with this mental problem. He took it upon himself.
Now, why is it that this phenomena that Muslims and Islam is the only religion, which study do you have that has been carried out cross-culturally around the world that shows us and tells us that, you know what, we've done a cross-cultural examination?
He's being evasive because it's a sensitive subject, very delicate.
You don't think we have gangsters? We have Muslim gangs?
Hey, I tell you the truth, man. I like the way this guy make his videos, man. He's being evasive because it's a very delicate subject. Do you see the clown, man? Oh, wow. What a beautiful religion, man. What a beautiful religion. It's more beautiful than that painting over there. Oh, man. What a religion. Let me see what's going on with my peoples. Muhammad wanted to dominate the world with might and armor, but all failed. Yes, he did. He failed. And these Muslims will do anything to make him succeed. I'm telling you. They will do anything to infiltrate America and the Western country and turn America into the stupidity that they are running from. Because within the stupidity that they're running from, they would live better than anybody else. Because if you have people living it like me and you living, I could not live in their stupidity. They would kill me. David Wood, Sam Shamoun, all of us, Christian Prince, Rob Christian, you know, none of us. Crunchy, John Felix, Happy Frenzy, and none of us, the Great Commissioner, none of us could live in a Muslim ideology, the ideal Muslim world. We could not live there. We'd be dead already. I'll be bones in my grave already. I'll be bones in my grave, but Jesus save. I don't care what you do to me. Oh, that could be a country and Western, man. I'm telling you. Man. But listen to this, man. Do you see the clownery of these cartoons? But this clown is going to call people like Atun Touch mental case. A mental case. So the better case is a religion, is the people who believe in a religion that if a person say Muhammad this and Muhammad that, he should be beheaded. Can you imagine you coming to these people are appealing to who? Muslims, not appealing to sensible people. They are appealing to Muslims. Because if you come into the United States and you go out in public and you say anybody who criticize this, and you call whoever name you want to call, you know, should be beheaded. What do you think people would look at you at? Oh my God, did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? But in our world, Muslims are allowed to get away saying things that we could not say. If I say what this guy just said, I'll be in trouble right now. But Muslims are coming in our world because I'm Western. I'm from Jamaica. My country is just right there. From where I live, it takes me about five something hours to get to get to my country. From Florida, it will take me about an hour to get to my country. A little bit over an hour to get to my country. So I'm Western. But you have people allowing Muslims to come into our world and make speech like the one that Ali Dawah just said. Cut off people's head. Cut off people's head, come into people's country that they were born in, that their foreparents slaved for, and cut off their head. When I say slave for, they're literally black people who slave for America. But there is white men who work their butt off to build this country up. When I say work their butt off, literally, even now, I go and I see them constructing streets. And, you know, the other day I was going to work, I had to go another road. And I was kind of mad because I was running late a little bit because I was coming from another job to go to another job. I did a certain amount of hour at one job, going to the other job to do some more hours. And I had to go all the way around. I was kind of a little mad, but not really mad at the construction, but mad that I was late. But there are white men, black men, Chinese men who are slaving for these countries. And a lot of these people are foreparents born here, build this country. And you come into this country, and if they open their mouth and say something against your stupidity, what Ali Dawah say? Behead them. Literally, that's what this clown is saying. Let me show you. That's what this clown is saying.
You know what? We've done a cross-cultural examination.
He's being evasive because it's a sensitive subject.
That has been carried out cross-culturally around the world that shows us and tells us that, you know what? We've done a cross-cultural examination.
He's being evasive because it's a sensitive subject.
Him beheaded, we want him finished. Now, one action of them might say, you know what? No, actually, we want this guy killed. We want him beheaded. We want him finished.
Where have you ever heard another craziness talking about beheading people? Have you ever seen where do you see people behead people in the West right now? Where do you see Mexican drug cartel, Colombian drug cartel are beheading and cutting people's neck? You ever heard of the Colombian necktie? But do you notice what Muhammad Ijab did? He compared Islam to the cartel in Colombia. When Muhammad Ijab was speaking, he compared Islam to the cartel. Listen to this.
So we can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. We can't stop the Muslim gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. Just like if you go to Colombia and you speak about particular cartel in a specific manner, go to their area and be a man and speak about them.
Tell me now, what civilized man would not look at the Colombian drug cartel and say they are madmen? They are crazy people. Tell me if there is a civilized man who is a hardworking American citizen, or hardworking Jamaican citizen, hardworking British citizen, hardworking citizen of France, hardworking citizen of any country, any man with sense. Because this clown don't work. All he do, he go around clownery. He don't do no real work. This clown don't work. So he's not involved in it. Ali Dawah is a donkey too. I don't know if the donkey work. I heard he have taxes. I don't know. But anyway, which hard-working, morally inclined man would not look at the drugs cartel in Colombia as insanity? Who would not look at the drugs cartel in Colombia as insanity, but this donkey is comparing his religion to the drugs cartel in Colombia? What is that telling you, man? That Islam is for donkeys, the gullible, and the unaware, the people who are not aware of what they got themselves into. Islam is for the gullible, the donkey, and the jugs, and the people who are unaware. Stupid-minded people, which are donkeys, and the gullible, people who easy to be caught up into something. Like, for example, let me show you a gullible case. A gullible case is where a person knows that something is stupid, but they fall for it. You're gullible. To be real with you. The unaware is the person who doesn't know about what they're getting themselves into and what they are into. The donkey is the one who promotes stupidity, like this ass right here. What a beautiful ass. You could ride into the grass. What a donkey, man. What a clown. And then this one talking. So you see both of them. You notice that these are the two of the top Dawa, Muslim Dawa donkeys. The most subscriber is Ali Dawa. Ali Dawa is close to 1 million subscriber, about 200,000, 100 and something thousand, less than 1 million subscriber. This clown got maybe about 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers. But look, do you see the two clowns are not too far different from each other? They are of the same devil, the jinn that sleep in their nose. Literally. I do believe, that's me, and I believe a lot of Christians believe this. And even a lot of non-Christians, really, people who are not really Christians, but live in this world. You could invite evil in your world. You could invite Satan into your life. And I believe that Muhammad invited Satan in the Muslims' life. When he told them, when he entertained Satan, he entertained Satan to the point where Muhammad said Satan was commanding him to do good. Sahih Muslim 28:14, Muhammad says Satan is commanding him to do good. We never heard that before. We never heard that before Muhammad came from the cave. Who have ever heard that Satan can command a person to do good? We have never heard this kind of saying before. Only from Islam. But do you see this kind of stuff? So I want to tell you, man, stay away from this nonsense. Why would I want to be a part of a group of people who believe that you should behead people for what they say? And believe that I want to be a part of a group of people that think it is okay that there are people within that group that think that it is okay to go about killing people, beheading people. I tell you, man, and guess what? If you notice, these people are not saying that these people are not Muslim because he called them Muslim gangsters.
Gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. And when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although
Find lead-based paint and learn about dodgeball.
Boy, would I.
you don't think we have gangsters? We have
We have gangsters. We are who? Do you think I would say, you don't think that we have gangsters? I don't have no gangster. Any gangster that is here in where I live have nothing to do with me. The city of gangsters. I'm not a part of that gangster, so I'm not associating myself with no gangster. We have gangsters. And listen to the name of the gangsters.
Muslim gangsters as well.
Muslim gangsters. Somebody perform a surgery on this clown and take out his brain and put the camel shit in it and call it Islam. Somebody took out this clown's brain and put camel shit in it and call it Islam. This clown don't have a brain, man. So you proud to be a part of a religion that have gangsters. Do you see the video that I make? I make a video and the amount of view it get, I was like, wow. Talking about this black man who is living here in the United States robbing people in the church. Because I see the video going around, and I think it is something that us as Christian should see, that this guy is not a Christian. He's not one of us, and he's robbing people in the church and selling out Jesus for money. We don't agree with that. What Christian agree with anybody doing that kind of stuff? None at all. No real Christian agree with that. No real Christian. Only a con artist agree with that kind of behavior from anybody. We come out, I come out, and a lot of Christians come out and call him piece of trash, piece of S. We call him names because that's what he is. We call him names because that's what he is. I call him a donkey because he is a donkey. He's not a Christian. But look at this guy. We are Muslim gangsters. And then what this guy did, the guy robbing the Christians, are the people who say they are Christians, is not as bad as trying to kill someone in today's society. Why? A robber go to jail like this guy who is exploiting people. If he was supposed to be tried for stealing somebody's credit card or somebody's stuff and buy the Prada watch that he wanted, or the Mavada watch, or the Prada that he wanted, or the Gucci or Louis Vuitton that he wanted, guess what? He would have gone to jail for maybe what, 6 months? 6 months, and then come right back out. But if he had attempt to kill somebody, how much years would he get in jail? But yet still, I come out and other Christians come out and we condemn this man lying to the point where he have to apologize. People were condemning him to the point where he have to apologize because he become a viral video of him deceiving the people. But you hear this guy, you don't think we have Muslim gangsters? Yes, we have Muslim gangsters.
And when you go ahead and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, although our approach is not to do so,
when you go and attack the sacred symbols of Islam, even though our approach is not to do so, what is he talking about? Our approach is not to do what? Do you see the cognitive problem that this clown have? Our approach is not to do what? To desecrate this sacred symbol, or your approach is not to our approach. When you say our, who are you talking about? Muslim? You already have Muslim gangsters. So isn't the Muslim gangsters a part of our? The group that you are calling our is the Muslim gangster a part of it. You said we have Muslim gangsters. We have Muslim gangsters. What a cognitive problem this.
We can't stop the gangsters from dealing with you or anyone.
We can stop the gangsters from dealing with you. Yes, clown, you can stop. By stop supporting them the way that you do. It's like the president of the United States come up and he says, when he addressing and he says, Salman Rushdie, he said to the people, are the president of wherever country Salman Rushdie is from, you know, Rushdie, I don't even know where he's from. I really haven't really read his story. I haven't had to see it going around. You know, suppose the president or the prime minister of wherever he's from, or wherever he lives. It may be in the United States. I don't know. I haven't read the story. But suppose the person who is the prime minister there, or president, or a member of parliament, or whatever, get up and said, we cannot stop the gangsters from doing what they want to do. What do you think would happen? He's opened the door for people to be hurting people. So this clown is opening the door. He won't close the door and say, hey, man, we need to let people have free speech and talk whatever they want to talk. None of us Muslims should be doing this because they would be speaking out against Islam. But people like him have to speak with two mouths because they're speaking to two different people. They are speaking to Westerners and they are speaking to gullible Westerners, and they are speaking to Muslims. They are speaking to gullible Westerners and they are speaking to Muslims. So with the one mouth, he's saying that that's not our choice, and we wouldn't do that. But with another mouth, he's telling you we have Muslim gangsters. So the Muslim gangster is not a part of Islam, is not a part of the Muslims. Yes, they are. So how are you gonna say that this is not the choice that we would make? I'm paraphrasing him. The Muslim gangsters are Muslims.
What else? We can't stop the Muslim gangsters from dealing with you or anyone else. Just like if you go to Colombia and you speak about particular cartel in a specific manner, go to their area and be a man and speak about them.
So the president of Colombia is not stopping, is not trying to stop the cartel from doing their activity, the things that they do over there. So even the cartel, people are opposing the cartel, trying to stop the cartel from doing what they're doing. But this clown is equating his religion to a cartel, to the drugs cartel. But Muhammad was worse than the drugs cartel. Let me tell you why I say that. In Colombia, a region of drugs cartel, a lot of times the drugs cartel exploit the people, use the people to carry their as mules, use the people as mules to carry their product, their drugs product from place to place. Sorry. We know that. This happened in Muslim in the world of the cartel. The people are killed if they're suspected to be traitors and talking against them and all this stuff. We know all this stuff happen. We see that happen in Islam too, where they make up stories against you. If they want to kill you, they make up stories against you and boom, you are dead. They say you say something bad against Muhammad and boom, you are dead. In the same way in the drugs cartel world, someone want to kill you, they just gotta say you say something against the drugs cartel and boom, you are dead. Just in the drugs cartel world, they cut off your head. It's the same way Muslims are cutting people's head off. Muhammad wasn't selling drugs. Let me tell you what Muhammad was selling. Vagina in paradise and capturing women. Muhammad was a sex trafficker, just like a lot of the drugs cartel are sex traffickers. Muhammad was a sex trafficker, and Muhammad was selling vagina in heaven to gullible people, to stupid people. So these people, Muhammad would tell them, oh, you will get all these women in paradise if you come and rob people with me. Come, rob people with me. And there's a manual that Muhammad used to control their mind. It's called Quran. It's called the Quran. Anytime Muhammad wants something to be done, all of a sudden he starts twitching. Ooh, I feel it. Allah reveal one to me. Aisha looked at Muhammad and said, I feel your Lord hasten to fulfill your desire. Even Aisha, the little baby girl. I wonder how old was she when she said that. Maybe about 11, 12. Look at Muhammad and say, hey, your God, something is going on with your God, man. Why is your God hastening to fulfill your desire so much? I wonder what Muhammad had said. The real thing. Muhammad, look at her, man. Yesterday, I was listening to Christian Prince. And Christian Prince was talking about a verse in the Quran where Muhammad is telling them not to prostitute their maid. He says, I think some translations say maid. When you look at the word maid, I don't know if it means servant or it means your maiden, where it could be your young daughter or something like that. But he said not to prostitute your daughter. But one part, and if you stop there, and that's what a lot of these Muslims would do. If they're reading it to you in the West, they would say, do not prostitute your maid. Let me actually find the verse. Because I thought that was so funny, man. Do not prostitute your maid to URANVERSE. My typing skill is not the best. Here it is. So don't worry about my typing, man. Even when I try to type the right way, I can't get it. And let those who do not have the means to marry keep themselves chaste until Allah enrich them out of his bounty. Watch this. Let's talk about this, because there's something for you guys to get into this. You know, Paul told us that if you to remain celibate if you are not married, but he said it's better to be married than to burn. So he's telling you, like, hey, if you know you can control yourself, get married. If you know you cannot control your urge, you go ahead and get married. So that's what Paul was saying. But listen to Allah, who came after Paul, and tell me if Allah make more sense than Paul. And let those who do not have the means to marry keep themselves chaste until Allah enrich them out of his bounty. Have anybody ever wondered what Allah's bounty is? If Muhammad was going about capturing women and allowing his men to have sex with them, and notice what it says, it said, those who do not marry, keep yourself chaste until Allah enriched them out of his bounty. So a part of Allah's bounty is what Muhammad was capturing. The women that Muhammad was capturing. So Muhammad might go out to a community and they raid the community, but within the Muslim world, there is 500 men who need women. But they go and capture and they only get 29 women. That's not enough to go. So wait. Allah will give you from his bounty. So that's a part of Allah's bounty. Listen to this. And if any of those bond people in your position desire a deed of emancipation, make it possible for him if you find goodness in them. Look how this sounds so nice. That, oh, if you have some slave, free your slave. That's what it may sound like. But guess what? If you look at further studies, how do you free these slaves? So you were capturing these women, capturing these people, because they were already free. And you captured them. You went out and you captured them. And he said that if any of those bond people in your position desire a deed of emancipation, make it possible for them if you find goodness in them. But Muhammad was also telling people like, hey, this is how you free your slave. If you do something wicked and you want blessing from Allah, then you could free a slave. So freeing a slave was like a ticket to get rid of some of the sins that Muslims commit. Having slave was like a ticket. So freeing a slave was not even a charitable act. It was to get a reward. Do you see what I'm saying? Freeing a slave was not a charitable act, but to get a reward from Allah. So the more slave you have, the more freedom you have to do stupidity. And then gave up one of them for the stupidity that you do. And give them some of Allah's wealth, which he has granted you. So give them some of Allah's wealth, which he has granted you. And where did Allah's wealth come from? Where does Allah's wealth come from? Exploitation of people. Because non-Muslims were have to pay jizya or be subdued, and you were fighting non-Muslim and stealing what they have. This is the craziness. But listen to this. Do not force your slave girl. This translation actually says slave girl. So whose translation is this? I don't even know. No. Whose translation is this is Quran.com. I don't know whose translation is this. But anyway, he says, do not force your slave girl. Let me make you guys see it, because this is important that you see. What a beautiful Allah. He's more beautiful than a plate of curry goat and rice. Listen right here now. Do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain while they wish to remain chaste. Do you notice this? Does this even make sense already? Do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain while they wish to remain chaste. So if they don't wish to remain chaste, you could let them prostitute. And if some coerce them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful to them. Do you see this? After you force a woman into prostitution, don't tell me that these people are not the same as the drug cartel that we have today. Muslim is an undercover cartel. Muslim world is an undercover sex trafficking craziness. That was Asian sex trafficking. Look at this. And if someone coerced them, that means if a Muslim man coerced one of his slave girl, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful to them. But I tell you, man, the brother we call Christian Prince, I thank God that he lived in the lifetime that I live in. I thank God, I pray for that brother, and I thank God that he lived in the lifetime that we live in. Do you see this? Even the first verse right here have a problem. Do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain while they wish to remain chaste. So if they don't wish to remain chaste, you could prostitute them out. Tell me, this doesn't come from a man. Does this come from God or it come from a man? From a man. Straight up man. And not a very bright man, a very stupid man. And then look again. And if someone coerced them after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful. Most merciful. So the most merciful Allah is telling you, if you push, and when they're talking about slave girl, they're talking about little babies too, because Aisha was just 9 years old when Muhammad had sex with her. So this, and if you notice sex trafficking, who mostly they traffic in today's modern sex trafficking? Little girls. I saw a video the other day, and while I was watching the video, I tense, because I'm telling you, I don't have the mind to kill anyone. But what I see happen in that video, if I was there, that dude is not just walking into his car like that. I would have laid him down flat. The dude opened the car door, and the little girl is buying something like ice cream or something from a street side vendor in a country. It could be Puerto Rico. It could be Dominican Republic. I know it's Hispanic. It could be even Colombia. I know it's not Mexico because of the looks of the people. Mexico have a Spanish looking kind of people that are Indian looking kind of people too. But when I look, all the people that were there in the picture, everybody that I see, nobody have the Indian looking Mexican. The Mexican with the Indian look. I didn't see any of those. So I'm thinking it's like Colombia, Venezuela, one of those countries. The guy opened his car door, leave his engine running and open his car door. And he know where the direction that the little girl is going to take. So he opened the car door. And he's there talking on the phone, acting like and walking around. But the seller, the vendor who's selling the ice cream to the little child is wiser than him. Very wise woman. So Muhammad said women have half of a brain and their intelligence is not good. But that woman is a very intelligent woman. Street smart. 100% street smart. She saw what's going to happen. After she sent the little girl the ice cream, and the criminal was about to make his move, she started walking, and as soon as this criminal was gonna bang this little girl into the open car door, she just hold onto the little girl's shoulder and started talking to her as she walked with the little girl. This cartoon character stood there shameless like a dog. I don't know why I could say shameless like a dog, because some dogs got shame. And you know, I remember my father used to say to the dog, "Put it down," and the dog would give this look like, "I can't believe I got caught." So the dog is shameful. I don't know. I think dogs have more sense than some human. I am be real with you. But look at Muhammad's God and tell me if this is not madness promoting this insanity. Do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain. While, see, if it had stopped there, do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain. This still doesn't make sense either. Even if it stopped there. What if it's not for your gain, but for somebody else's gain? And what if it is not for any gain at all? You're just giving her out to have sex with people. If it's right here, do not force your slave girl into prostitution. Then that would be beautiful. But when it go here for worldly gain, then you know the stupidity of the donkey started. The donkey start galloping right there for worldly gain, because prostitution, you look at the term prostitution, selling yourself for money. But what about if you are not prostituting a person for any gain at all? It's not called prostitution, but you're just letting people have sex with a person for no reason because you have the power to. But what we look at this. Here is where the craziness continue to get weirder and weirder. While they wish to remain chaste. So what if the person don't wish to remain chaste? According to this stupidity, if you read it with sense, it means that it's kind of saying that, you know, if she don't wish to remain chaste, if she wish to be a prostitute, because there are a lot of people who wish to be prostitutes. Literally. There are men and women out here who wish to be prostitute. They want to be prostitute. It's not like somebody forcing them to be prostitute. They wish to do it. They want to do it. They could find a job. I know. I heard of people literally knew a girl when I came to the state. I was a nurse aide at the time, and I came to the state. I knew a girl who was on the job telling people, and I overheard her telling her friends on the job that she's thinking about doing this and doing that and doing that. Prostitute herself. Because of the money. But look what Muhammad says. While they wish to remain chaste, do not prostitute her while she wishes to remain chaste. But listen to this bigger part. So if she didn't wish to remain chaste, you could prostitute her. Watch this. And if someone coerced them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful to them. So Allah said, pimp out the girl and then I'll give you mercy. I'll give you mercy. Even though you're sex thirsty. Even though you hurt her, you did not hurt me. So I'll show you mercy. And this is why Allah is not God. Allah of the Quran is not God, because God is a father and God would never say something like this. God would never say something like this. Not the God that we know. So Mr. Randolph, hello Mr. Randolph. Nice to have you here. Crunchy say Hamza Myatt is actually complaining that he didn't get a chance to deceive anybody in Islam into Islam because he was too busy pretending to be a victim. That guy is a clown, man. A big clown. I like this. I like this here. Hospital 66. I like this. It's Hospital 666. So Muslims, so there is one hospital, Hospital A, who take their people to Speaker's Corner on a bus, according to Hamza. And then here comes another hospital called Hospital 666 that take their people along there. And there you go. There you go. I upvote this video. Did you? If not, why not? Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. You know, because everything helped the channel to grow. And I appreciate you. I totally appreciate you, my brother. And God bless you. God bless your family. You know, God bless your children, whoever you have, man. God bless your endeavors and help that your endeavors be God-like and Christ-like. Yes, I agree with this. May the Lord save them. Totally agree with that. Totally agree. And this is Christianity, man. When we see these things, this is Christianity. This made me feel good. When I see a Christian come on and said, I pray, or we pray, the Lord save them. This is Christianity. Total Christianity, man. Not because you hear me refer to the dour donkeys. That doesn't mean that I don't want to see them saved, but they are just stupid. I'm not talking about all Muslims. Notice this. When I say they are stupid, I'm not talking about all Muslims, because some Muslims fall in the trap and don't know what they are into. They are unaware of what they are into, what they were born into, or what they got themselves into. When we talk about dour donkeys, we are talking about these clowns who out here preaching this religion and trying to deceive Western people about this religion. That's what I'm talking about. At Islamist, I am willing to debate him, but he always run away from my debate. Are you from England, my brother? Are you from England? I wonder if my brother is from England, Randolph Richardson. I wonder if he's from England. He's gonna run because he's a clown. But you know what he says in one video? I make a video from that video that he says, I'm ready to crush some Christians. He literally say, I'm ready to crush some Christians. Literally say that he ready to crush some Christians in a debate. He talking about debate where they have a moderator. He ready to crush some Christians. I look at that clown. I say, what a clown. But do you see, my friend, the kind of religion that these clowns are trying to sell to us? Where the God is saying that, hey, don't prostitute a person, but if you prostitute them, I will forgive you. Let me show you the opposite. I'm going to show you the opposite, what Paul says. Let me show what Paul says. This is why I know I feel beautiful. I feel, when I say beautiful, I don't mean that I'm beautiful, because beautiful should be for a woman. I feel, you know, like I'm in a beautiful place with Christianity. And if I ever give up Christianity, I will never become a Muslim. But I say, if someone see me give up Christianity, I've become a madman. I have become a madman if I give up Christianity. Look at what my brother Paul says. My beautiful brother Paul, my handsome brother Paul that I love so much. When I say beautiful, I mean he's God beautified by the Holy Spirit. Let me show you what my brother said. 1 Corinthians 6 verse 9. Can you guys read, man, and see the beauty of our religion when it comes to sexual immorality? Or do you not know that the wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Notice what he said, wrongdoers. Do not deceive, neither the sexually immoral, nor the idolaters, nor the adulterers, nor men who have sex with men. Do you see that? You see our beautiful religion that we have? Do you see? Compare it to what Muhammad God say. Let's go back. What Muhammad God say? Let me show you what Muhammad God say. Do not force your slave girl into prostitution for your own worldly gain while they wish to remain chaste. And if someone coerces them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful to them. That's like encouraging you. It's like me telling my children, do not turn off, like my young son, he's a baby, you know, but say he was 5 years old and I said to him, hey baby, hey Sam, don't turn on the stove, but if you turn it on, I will forgive you. Oh man, do you see that this is not from the mind of a sane person? You know, if you read this Quran, man, I'm telling people, slow down, read the Quran and read it slowly and take notes of some of these things that you found in this book. Then you know this Quran is from an idiot. You spent 20, how many years did Muhammad spend to write the Quran? Edit, he write the Quran, he edit it and call it abrogation. Many people take 2 years to write a book. And when the book comes out, like I used to read Unrule or books, Unrule. You know, when I was in Jamaica, I like mysteries. And I used to read Unrule. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Unrule, American author. She's very good at mysteries. And her mysteries are actually things that happen here in the United States. So I used to read her books. And when I read her books are big, bigger than the Quran. Like, yeah, bigger than the Quran. Some of her books. And there would be no mistake in them. You know why I say that? Because the stupid God said, if it was from any other than Allah, you would find much contradiction. Many contradiction, not no contradiction. But Unrule would write these big books about people and this and that, and she would put a twist on it and stuff. So some of them were based on true event, and then she would put a twist on it. Some of them actually the true event itself. And I remember reading her book, big books, but it's so intriguing that you continue to read until you finish. It would take me about 3 days to finish reading one, because you know all I would do at the time, you know, I go to work, take my break, and I'm reading. I come home, I'm reading. In the night, I'm reading. It takes me about 3 days to finish, totally read the whole book. You mark where you read until you finish. Anyway, what I was saying is this. You read that book, and within that book, that big book that you read, you find no inconsistencies. You find no contradiction. But unrule wasn't Allah. But you read the Quran. When you read the Quran, what you find in the Quran, a lot of consistency, a lot of immoral things that could never come from God Almighty, and a lot of stupid poetry. That is stupid poetry. A person who write poem, I write poems, you know. I would one day I'm gonna read one of my poems that is not online, because I have poems online. You know, if I read one of my poems that is online, then everybody would know who I am, everything about me. So I won't, because these Muslims are dangerous. But I could take a poem that I have never published, and I could read a poem to you because I have the sense of poetry in my head. And the Quran is full of bad poetry, stupid poetry. And if the Quran was a poetry book, just a poetry book that somebody wrote, and it wasn't claiming to be a revelation from God, it would still be a stupid book, poetry book. I would not be reading the Quran and say, oh, this is the best poetry ever. No, there's a lot of poets that are better than Muhammad. But one thing I remember in the Quran, that when I, as a poet, that I kind of laugh when I read it. And it is the part of the Quran that says, the flame of hellfire leap like yellow camels. That sounds like real poetry to me. Let me show you. Let me show you that part. What verse it is. I used to laugh when I read that. I said, wow. And far and wide. So this is Surah 77. So far and wide, and the ones that scatter violently, and the wind that blow one after another, by the ones sent forth, warning or justification, the reminder, those who bring down by the criterion, and those who separate. I think, let me find the part about the yellow camel. I might be reading too much. Yellow camel. Okay, here it is. Okay, let's start at a beginning of a sentence. Proceed to deny it. You use what to proceed to the deniers. Sparks throw up indeed the flame against availing, and not cool down. No palms. Oh, what is this? Oh, it is the Quran without anything in the. I was wondering why I was reading like that. let me find the real without the Okay, here we go. Guess it's the Quran without anything added to it, just like it is the raw Quran. Man, I was wondering, like, what is this? That is each spot will be, oh, let me see. Why I can't find the real verse. I know it's 33, 77 verse 33. But I can't find nowhere where the verse is written. Okay, here we go. As if they were yellow, somebody put in parentheses camel. But Yusuf Ali says, as if there were strings of yellow camel marching swiftly. But guess what Yusuf Ali have to do? Put a string of, in parentheses, because he had those, and marching quickly in parentheses because he had those. So Abdul Allah Mahmoudi says, we seem as though they are yellow-colored camel. So when Muhammad was looking for similes, you know, when he was looking for similes to use, he could not find no other word that could describe the flame but yellow camels. What a beautiful, beautiful poetry, man. I don't know about this Muhammad, man. Have you ever seen a yellow camel before? Man, I've never seen a yellow camel. I you know, one day I must Google yellow camel and see what comes up. Yellow camel, man. What a beautiful religion. So if you really look through the Quran, it's the worst poetry you will ever find, man. But let me tell you something about things. There is singers like Celine Dion from Canada, and you have Whitney Houston, who died. You have Celine Dion, Whitney Houston. You have, what's the lady called? Twain. Her name is Twain. Oh boy, I forget her first name. Twain. She sings country and western, but she sings other music, but she sings country and western. And you have people like as a man, let me see, as a man who I could say, you have people like Kenny Roger. You have people like Barry White, people like those people, you know, who could take the stupidest stuff and sing it, and it sounds so good. And this is why these Muslims sing the Quran, because if they were to recite it, it wouldn't sound good. If they were supposed to speak it, like how you speak poetry, it would be nothing. But when you sing something, it put melody to it and don't care what. And when you sing it, especially when you sing it in Arabic to a person who does not understand what you're singing, it will be like, wow, that's kind of sound melodious, you know. But if you read it, it's senseless babble. Senseless babble for most part. And any part of it that have any morality towards it was already written. Like the part that says, if you kill one person, it's like you kill all of creation. The Jews already wrote that in their Sanhedrin. Muhammad stole it from the Jewish Sanhedrin. So anything you see in the Quran that have any form of moral, it was already written. And we look at the Muslims and say, oh, what about the covering of women and cover this? I don't believe that a woman's face should be covered like a ninja. You know, I don't believe that a woman have to wear things on their head all the time. The Bible says a woman should pray with a covering, so a woman should pray with a covering. I agree with that because the Bible says it. But I don't believe that the intention of Allah when he revealed that women should be covered was anything good, because we see the hadith behind it is telling us the reason that why Muhammad cover his women, that Umar keep asking him to cover his women because men are coming in to see them and all this stuff. Who knows if Umar was not trying to stop himself from being killed? Because Muhammad have beautiful wives, and who know if, because Muhammad took Safiya, who was a beautiful woman, and Muhammad have other wives who were, I believe, were beautiful, because I believe Muhammad took the best of the best. So Muhammad, when I say best of the best, that the big, not because a person is beautiful, that means they are the best, but I mean the best looking, according to societal, what beauty is. Because to me, beauty is different. For me, I rather a beautiful person with a beautiful heart than a person with a beautiful face. But when we look at it, Umar was telling Muhammad, cover your woman, man. Your woman is out here and these men are looking at them. Pee Tom are looking at them. Cover them. Muhammad would not even listen to Umar. So one day, Sada was going to the toilet, the one of Muhammad's wife. And Umar said, I saw you, Sada. Umar was spying on Sada. And he came back and told Muhammad to cover his wife, and he explained to Muhammad what happened. Guess what? All of a sudden, Muhammad said, bukum, 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 ooh, and started sound like a camel, a baby camel, like a baby camel. Muhammad started acting like a baby camel, man. Because they say when the inspiration come to Muhammad sound like a baby camel. His face would become distorted, and he would foam from the mouth. He would act like he's in a seizure, a seizure, stage of seizure, and he would make a sound like a baby camel. A camel make a sound like go, go. That's what a camel. So a baby camel maybe have a more feminine sound, like yeah, yeah. Because when you become a man, your voice gets more hoarse, and then coarse, so your voice gets coarser, so you talk with more of a bass. So a baby camel, because it's not mature, have more of a feminine cry. So Muhammad was crying like a baby camel, man. So let's see if Muhammad sound like a baby camel, man. Oh man, what a beautiful religion. Oh boy. Muhammad sound like a camel. When the inspiration hit Muhammad sound like a camel, man. Can you imagine a man come to you in today's era and say he getting inspiration from God, and he start going ma ma. What would you do? Narrated Safwan bin Yala bin Umayyah from his father, who said, a man came to the prophet. A man came to the prophet and said, a man came to the prophet. Oh, why? I need a glass. I need glasses, man. A man came to the prophet while he was at Jarana. The prophet was wearing a cloak which had traces of Karluk or Sufra a kind of perfume. Don't trust that. Don't trust that. Muhammad was wearing a coat that have traces of Karluk and Sufra. Don't trust it, because Muhammad used to walk around with semen on his clothes. So his traces of his perfume may have been, you know what? The man asked the Prophet, what do you order me to perform in my Umrah? So Allah inspired the Prophet. Do you notice? Conveniently, here comes the inspiration and the vibration. Analyze the situation. Muhammad get a inspiration. Allah give him a revelation. And he started snoring like a camel. But listen to this. So Allah inspired the Prophet divinely, and he was screened by a place of cloth. I wish to see the Prophet being divinely inspired. Umar came to me, come, will you be pleased to look at the Prophet while Allah is inspiring him? I replied in affirmative. Umar lifted one corner of the cloth. Oh boy, these people of the cloth, and I look at the Prophet who was snoring. So the Prophet was snoring. The sub-narrator thought that he said the snoring was like that of a camel. But a baby camel will be like, so when Muhammad finished snoring like a camel, he was able to tell the man how to perform his Umrah. What a beautiful religion. Oh man. Imam and look, Imam and Nawawi comments are non-secretor. Turning red in the face and snoring like a camel has no connection with the burden of revelation, since if it did, then he would expect to find God's true prophet exhibiting the same condition. Oh, no, this come from something different. But they said he turned red in the face and was snoring like a camel. Snoring like a camel. Oh, oh, oh. Why were you snoring like a camel? I want to see that. One part said he was snoring like a baby camel. I know there is there is one that says that he was snoring like a baby camel. Wow. Snoring like a baby camel. What a beautiful man, man. He got camel attack. Oh man, I don't know what to say about Momo, man. Oh boy. This Quran here, man. And then the people used to criticize Muhammad when he changed color, when he having his when he have his revelations, quote unquote, and he changed color. The people used to say to him, you follow none other. The people used to say to the Muslims, you follow none other than a man bewitched. And this is from the Quran. This is from the Quran, Surah 28, verse Surah 25, verse 8 is saying is actually admitting that the people of Muhammad's time thought Muhammad was bewitched because of these things that he was exhibiting. You know, can you imagine? You getting inspiration, you tense up and going like a camel. Tell me that's not possession. Like a camel. Wow. All over the Quran, a man possessed. 14. Thou art only of those bewitched. 26, 153. He follow none other than a man bewitched. 25, 8. Do you see that? How many times they accuse him? Several times. And there is more. There is way more than that. I'm telling you. Way more. I don't know. Mohammed, man. Mohammed, something is wrong with his bloody head. And to show you that Muhammad was crazy, in Bukhari, they asked Muhammad, how did you get your revelation? How it come to you? Muhammad said, sometimes it is revealed, the Quran is revealed like the ringing of a bell. Then later, Muhammad told them, the bell is the instrument of Satan. Muhammad was a madman, man. Anyway, my people, God bless you all, man. I'm gonna run out a year. Let me see what my brother says. I asked him a question, says he Islam, I'm willing to debate. Okay. Okay. Fun fact. Let me see this one. Fun fact, there are Muslim gang in prison too. Yeah, I agree with you, brother. A lot of American Muslims, black Muslims got their religion while they were incarcerated. So you are incarcerated physically, then you go to jail to incarcerate your mind. You were free, your mind was free to come out of jail and do what is right and reconstruct your life and do whatever. Or some of them were actually get the life sentence where they would never come out. But your mind were free, but you go to jail and you get religion in jail. Most of them. I'm not saying you can't get religion in jail, but most of the American Muslims get religion. Black American Muslims get religion in jail. And some of the white ones too. They got religion in jail. It's not a race thing, it's just religion in jail. But most of the blacks, male, got religion in jail. Islam in jail. Islam is the religion and Muslim are the people who follow Islam. But do you notice that he tried to like Ali Dawa, you know, try to say something like, is Muslim Islam or something like that he was saying. Yes, Muslims are Islam. Without Muslim, there would be no Islam. We would know nothing about Islam. Donald Trump owes more money than he owes. I don't know about that. Donald Trump. I believe Donald Trump is playing fool to be wise. We don't know much about Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is he's more than what we see of him. He's wiser than a lot of people, in a lot of ways. He don't reveal what his money is like. Donald Trump don't let his right hand know what his left hand is doing. Donald Trump I don't think he how is it? Are you talking about Ali Dawah? Ali Dawah voice? I can't take his voice, man.
That's all I have. What's your son? And we are proud of that.
If Salman Rushdie wasn't being truthful about Islam, then Muslim wouldn't care. But the funny thing about it is this, and this is how God works. When you plan to do evil, God uses your evil to open the eyes of people. Because Salman Rushdie, he made this book. He wrote this book. And people buy the book, but not a lot of people knew about this book until these clowns attacked the man. Then here comes the book selling on Amazon like it is hot bread. That's why you know that these guys have demon in them. Because what? Their God is not wise enough to tell them what not to do. Their God is not wise enough to tell them. They are trying to stop this man from saying what he's saying. But every time they hurt somebody, the more we see the evil of Islam come out. Do you see what? I like this one right here, man. Like belly dancer Mimi. Yes, took off his clothes and changed his voice like a wrestler. We are watching you. And not knowing that he's talking to the great China. You're not talking to Islam is a mess. Or VC. You're talking to the great China. China is not scared of you. You think China is scared? Oh, man. Muslim recruiting convict in Islam. True that. This is the one. Ali Dawah is a clown. A big clown. All of them. Even the ones that don't behave like Ali Dawah. All these Dawah preachers are nothing but clowns. Nothing but clowns, man. Working birthday parties. I don't understand that one. Who execute beheading today? Who executes beheading today? The regular Muslims? I don't know. Is it Islamic State? They don't have no Islamic State in America, so they take it upon themselves to execute beheading. You know, they don't have it here. You know, I think in who knows, they have Islamic State everywhere. They maybe get these commandments. You'll be so surprised where these people are getting their commandment from. They're getting their commandment from sources, from sources, and they're following their commandments. And that is what is happening. They get their commandment from certain sources and they are following their commandments. I like this one right here, man. I heard of a Muslim snake and an apostate. A Muslim snake Because Muhammad said some of the snakes are Muslim. They are believers. And then this clown calling Atuntash and other people mental. Can you imagine, man? You follow somebody like Muhammad. Oh my father, man. I would rather follow Bob Marley than follow Muhammad. You know, some of the Rastas believe that Bob Marley is a prophet, which he was not. But I would rather follow Bob Marley than follow Muhammad. Because Bob Marley made more sense than Muhammad. Bob Marley was a peace-loving man, man. Bob Marley never tell anybody to go about cutting off nobody's head or do nothing like that. What a clown, man. Boy. Jihadists are Muslim gangsters, of course. The jihadists, look. Except for a certain portion of Muslims that are just following the religion and they pray and that's it. They care about their family, they pray. Most Muslims are jihadists. They may not be the one carrying out the action of the of jihad, but they support that action. When Muslims are not getting up and speaking out against people trying to behead people or beheading people or stabbing people or killing people, guess what? You encourage that behavior. So you too are jihadists. You too are a part of the jihad. You know, crazy, man. Camel shit and Mohammed urine in Hamza's. You know, there are Muslims who were eating Mohammed poop. You call this religion not the religion of madness, man. Oh my God. This religion is the religion of madness. Total madness, man. The madness that believe that you can do any kind of sin as long as you don't commit shirk and you're all right. You're all right. You could do any kind of sin as long as you don't commit shirk and you're okay. What a religion, man. What a religion. Muhammad actually says, they will come on the day of judgment, Muslim will sin heavy like a mountain, and Allah will forgive them, and he will offload the sin from them and place the sin upon the Jews and the Christians. He actually says, no Muslim will die, but Allah will admit in their stead in a Jew and a Christian in hellfire. So look, don't care how wicked the Muslim is. And this is what that little boy, the young boy who stabbed Rashi, that is what these people are reading and saying to themselves, like, hey, I could do whatever as long as I don't shirk out. Long as I don't shirk out, I could do whatever I feel like doing. Now his butt is in American jail, eating American food, possibly with pork all over it. I don't even know where it happened. Is it in America? I didn't read how it happened, so I can't tell you where it happened. I'm just guessing. I know it. The guy was attacked. I never read the full article. I just know and see picture of the guy, the young guy who attacked him. You know, so you take your kids away from deluge in certain countries, hardship in certain countries, and you take them here for them to be better people and to make better of their lives. And what they do, they come here attacking and stabbing people. What a clown. That boy is a clown, man. Because of a semen covered Arab. Can you imagine? I'm so stupid that I allow a semen covered Arab, to make me stab someone. Crazy, man. You crazy. Not even my mama couldn't do that to me. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, brother. We learn from the best, man. We got some brothers out here who are doing great work. So if you pay attention, Shania Twain. Yes. Shania Twain. Shania Twain could sing anything, that because of how beautiful her voice is. You have people like Whitney Houston, but she's dead. You have people like Celine Dion. I love Celine Dion's voice. I don't know if everybody loves her voice, but I love that lady's voice. Celine Dion, Shania Twain, Whitney Houston. If you should say to me, who got the most beautiful voice of singers, female singers that you have heard? Also that lady from England, I like her voice. What's her name? I can't remember her name. I can't remember her name, but she's from England. She still sings. I like her voice. If you should ask me, those are the people I would tell you, and there's more. Those are the people I would tell you whose voice I really, really like their voice. And they can take any stupid thing. I could say, I'm going to Jamaica tomorrow, and they sing it and make it sound like, you'll be like, wow, that sounds nice. But all I wrote, I'm going to Jamaica tomorrow, and they sing it, and that's the way with the Quran. They sing this Quran, and it sounds so beautiful when it's being sung. But what's inside of it? A person could sing to you, cut off their fingertip, cut off their head and the fingertip of them in Arabic, and it sounds so beautiful. It sounds so beautiful because you don't understand what they are saying. Oh, man. So she says that was Umar Mu'atab. Yeah, Umar was the one who told Muhammad to cover his wives. Muhammad would not cover no wife. Muhammad didn't care, man. when the woman go to the toilet, he said to the woman, Sada, I recognize you. And then he come to Muhammad and say, cover your wife, man. Muhammad, because I saw her just going to the toilet. Muhammad didn't want nobody see his wife. Oh, I see what you say, Great Commissioner. Muhammad killed Safi fire, man, brother, father, all tribe, and rape her same night. Yep. And call it marriage. Rape her the same night and call it marriage. She didn't even mourn her father's. And that's why the guy was going around the tent of Muhammad, because he said Muhammad was an idiot to be sleeping with that woman after he just murdered everybody. And I would say hours to days later, Muhammad was killed. Was not really killed, but literally he was killed because he was a dead man walking from that moment on. Eat from the same people that he just murdered. He murdered their men, their brothers, their fathers, children, because Muhammad was killing kids. As long as you got pubic hair, you're dead. You dead if you got pubic hair. And then after he did that, the suicidal clown decided to eat from a Jewish woman. Tell me about Muhammad. Don't tell me about Muhammad unless you want to see me dead. Don't tell me about Muhammad. I don't want Satan to sleep in my head. Cause Muhammad came with Satan in his nose and semen on his clothes. He was a madman, that's what I diagnose. He came with Satan in his nose and semen on his clothes. He was a madman, that what I diagnose. So Muslim, don't sleep tonight, please don't doze off. Aye. Remember, Satan is sleeping in your nose with his clothes off. Satan, I wonder when Satan's sleeping in your nose. Is Satan, because Muhammad says Satan can urinate. So if Satan want to poop, what does Satan? Satan get up in his hotel room at night and want to poop. What does Satan do? Satan shit in your nose, man. And Satan is in your nose. No. That's that's that old fashioned Jamaican. They use that what they call it, banjo. The banjo, and let the banjo talk. No. Talk. When we were kids, we used to listen to that kind of music. With the old men in the community who got banjos and guitar, and they come up and make these music, man, sweet. So, don't tell me about Muhammad. I don't want to hear about Muhammad. Unless you want to see me dead. Cause Muhammad promised me Satan in my head. Yes, if you become a Muslim, that's what he promised you. Cause Muhammad come with semen on his clothes and Satan in his nose. He was a madman, that's what I diagnose. So, Muhammad, something is wrong with his bloody head. Muhammad, that's what I heard the people said. Muhammad, something is wrong with his bloody head. In other words, that's what Atuntash has said. I don't think Atuntash would use the word bloody, but in other words, that's what she says. Muhammad was a madman. Anyway, my people, God bless you, man, and keep yourself safe out there and stay away from Islam. And don't drink camel urine and drive. Don't drink and drive. Don't drink. But don't drink camel urine and drive. Don't be a Muslim while you're driving, because you might have an accident and die, and you're sure to go to hell. Muhammad, something is wrong with his bloody head. Muhammad, that's what I heard good people said. Muhammad, something is wrong with his bloody head. Muhammad, something is wrong with his head. I know a guy called Muhammad. Something is wrong with his bloody head. One day, me and Steve Mashney, he need to play his guitar while I I go Jamaican style, you know. But he have to instead of singing the kind of song that is instead of playing the the kind of song that Steve like to play. Steve need to invite me on, man, and let's us have a little concert about Muhammad. I think that would be interesting. We have some, I would write some music, at least three little jingle about Muhammad, and then I practice them, and I come on there and talk about Muhammad, because sometimes this is the only way we can actually let the people see what this clown Muhammad was. When the Muslim talk stupidity, you reveal their stupidity, and every channel, reveal the stupidity of them. Everybody take it up on, Amen, sister. I agree. Thank you, sister. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you too. God comfort and bless your family. Thank you so much. I want to say peace out, man, and God bless you all, man, and stay away from Islam. Keep yourself safe. And remember, there are Islamic thugs out there. There are Muslim thugs out there. You hear it from the arse's mouth that there are Muslim thugs out there. So keep yourself away from the thugs. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. There is nothing wrong with you protecting yourself. But look at this Quran verse right here. This is a verse that you guys need to use against the Muslims when you talking to them. Look at this. Promoting prostitution. Anyway, people, bye-bye, and God bless you, man. I want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who will give us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things, and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And Islam is nothing but stupidity and nonsense.